important teams. Well, looking at the surrounding, it looks a very lush green outfield here at the Colts, and we're looking at 68 yards per equal to all parts of the ground when it comes to the boundaries. Well, if you take a look at the surface, it's a brand new surface, and this is the first time this has been used for this game, and it looks very hard and rock solid. There is a hint of grass on this, so there might be a feeling that the fast bowlers might have something earlier on in the game. But looking at the surface, it might intend, because there's a lot of brown patch, it might intend to take spin as the game goes on. So the captain winning the toss might feel that he would want to bat first on this surface. Well, I'm looking at a pass score of around 250.
Thank you so much, Coastal. There we are, the pitch report for this game between Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club and the Colts Cricket Club. And let's take a look at the points table of this tournament now. There we are, the points table. So the CCC, they've played 3 matches, they've won 2, and their net run rate is 1.900. The Bloomfield also played 3 and won 2. Net run rate is 0.977. Colts also played 3 and won 2, and run rate is 0.884. The Moors played 3, won 2, and then Nugegoda has played 2 and won 1, and they are down at the table. And BRC also played 2, but they lost both matches, and so has Kurunagala, who have played 2 matches and lost both matches. So there we have this game all to play for both teams. The Colts are playing their 4th match, and of course Nugegoda playing their 3rd match, and a win is something that both teams will be looking at, because on the net run rate, every team trying to do better on the net run rate. They will meet in the semi-finals later today. Right, so let's take a look at the team cards of the 2 teams, that is the Colts and Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club, because the team cards so important to know which players are in the middle. Nugegoda, there we are, Rahul Gunasekar, the captain, Akram Mutalib, the wicketkeeper, Abdul Hakam, along with Chaturanga Singh, and Dasis Vanchanayaka, Kavika Dilshan, Kevin Pereira, Muru Heshan, Pasindu Patum Kumar, and Sandhu Mendis making up the Nugegoda team. And the Colts led by Akira Daranja, the captain, Adam Hilmi, the wicketkeeper, Angelo Mathews in the side, Anuradha Ranasinghe, Dhananjay Lakshan, Dilshan Madhushankar, Harshana Vikramasinghe, Hirnaga Lage, Kavijagamage, Kavishka Anjula, and Krishana Sriram make up the Colts team for this match. Right, so perhaps Nugegoda SC don't have maybe standout players, but don't forget a lot of the young players in these sides, they're out to prove a point, and they like to really put their name up for selection for SLC's tournaments later on. So here we are with the final rights going through from the Nugegoda club, trying to do some warm-ups and also some fielding practice, and getting ready to take the field. Play will start at 9:45 in the morning, and there we are. Good morning to you as well.
Very good morning to you, Eric. Very good morning to all the cricket lovers who are joining us from across the country. For those who are joining us from around the globe, this is Major Clubs Limited Overs Tournament. 19 matches in, has only 1 unbeaten team. And Colts not starting up the tournament really well. That lackluster performance against CCC as we witnessed right here at Colts ground. But 2 power-packed performances coming into this game. Beaten Moors quite convincingly, and after that Kurunagala YCC didn't stand a chance. Senior campaigners like Chandibal coming in, scoring a century. Sangeet Kure is amongst the runs, tournament's top run scorer, 239 runs, a century and 2 half centuries. There you go, Dhananjay Lakshan, he's coming in, and Colts getting back to winning ways. Contrastingly, for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club, they started off the tournament really well with a win over BRC at their backyard. If I'm not mistaken, by beating them by 35 or 36 runs. And afterwards, very lackluster performance against Bloomfield. It was a convincing victory for Bloomfield, beating them by 10 wickets. So they are looking at the possibilities of coming back into the winning ways on both counts. It's an important game for both the teams. Should be a good one. just a while ago, Kosala had a look at the pitch. Should be a good one for batsmen. As Coles decided to bat first, surprisingly. Not the home team. Team who booked the ground considered the home team, and therefore Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club, they will be bowling first. Interesting call. Whichever the case, it should be a very, very interesting match. This live coverage powered by Quadrangle and ThinkCube, available on www.talenttv.lk as well as SLC official YouTube channel right throughout the day. Exciting game just about to start. Two umpires in the middle, Asanka Nanakara and Rohita Kotachi, two very experienced umpires, and we have reserve umpire today, Anton Mangal Raj, and our match referee for today's game, Mr. Janaka Fernando.
Right, so there are the umpires out in the middle. We'll see an on-time start. It's going to be another hot and humid day down here in Colombo. The weather gods have been good to Colombo these days. In fact, this is considered to be the monsoon period in the Western Province. But we had a lot of rains a few weeks ago, but the rains seem to have cleared up. And now it's very hot and humid. And preparing wickets sometimes difficult for ground staff. Because don't get that so much cricket has been played in the last 6-7 months. School matches, club matches, all sorts of matches have been played, and difficult for ground staff to prepare our wickets. Right, so as we talk about difficulties faced by ground staff, they always find it difficult to prepare our wickets, but then they also have a knack of getting wickets ready for important matches. So the 2020 before that finals we play, and the two teams that we will meet in the final. The means all those games we need to find ends this month.
As you mentioned, 14 teams divided into two very competitive groups, and this is Group B clash. About to witness system you went through the points table, and right on top, CCC winning 2 out of 3, and there are 4 contenders: CCC, Colts, Bloomfield, as well as Nugegoda still in contention. The group is still open, and this match will pretty much decide who will stay on top. Colts with a great chance, absolutely fine form, batters amongst runs, and they have a solid bowling attack. All in all, going into this game as the favorites.
Right, very colourful uniforms sported by Nugegoda Sports Club. Lovely uniforms, in fact. You can see them very clearly in your pictures, and wherever you're watching this match, we hope you'll enjoy the coverage of today's action, and we are out to bring you all the best of the day's play as well. And with Nugegoda, well, they played only 2 matches. They played 1 match less than most of the other teams, so they have a chance to really get up on the table, even though they're lying down on the table at the moment. And a win here would do a load of good for them. In the meantime, Colts also will look to push for a win. We see the Colts batsmen also coming out, and this is all augurs well for the betterment of cricket and also for this tournament.
Right at the beginning, we saw Colts giving 2 youngsters their debut cap. One was handed over by Angelo Mathews, if I'm not mistaken. Kavir Jagamage, very, very promising youngster from Kandy, from Kingswood College, making his first-class debut. Special occasion, always, against a very strong team who started off the tournament really nicely, but immediately dipped in form, and they will be hoping to restrict Colts to a manageable score to chase down later on.
Right, looking around the ground itself, nice outfield. In fact, a lot of work has been done on this Colts outfield, and it's been maintained quite well. In the good old days, the Colts outfield was not as good as this, but then a lot of work has been done, and they've got things under control. And with the side wickets also coming into play, so the work to maintain a cricket ground is certainly a lot of work indeed for ground staff, for the club officials. It takes a lot of work indeed, but There we are. We find that some of these grounds have been really looked after, and a lot of work has gone into maintain them. A lot of money spent as well to maintain these grounds.
As they say, cricket is a expensive business, and dedicating this facility for cricket predominantly, I mean, pretty much all the facilities centered around cricket, so made it all that easier for the administrators and the ground staff, ground management. Fabulous facility, wonderful day, exciting game right in front of us. Just about 70 to 60 meters the radius, but the ball traveled very fast. Straighter boundaries slightly shorter than the wider boundaries, so batters will definitely find themselves in a top position when it comes to getting through the gaps. There will be value for your shots. Sangit Kure, tournament's top run scorer. He'll be eyeing something big, batting first. This is their home venue, though officially it was declared Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club as the home team for this particular encounter. So, bit of an advantage for Colombo Colts in their backyard. Familiar conditions, and they'll be hoping to pile up runs just as they did against Nugegoda YCC.
Right, so the first over coming up. We've got two slips in place with the backward point, along with the extra cover in the mid-off on the offside. On the onside, the fine leg, backward square leg, along with the mid-on. Regulation limited overs field. First ball. Play the miss outside the line of off stump. Randunu on strike. Sangit at the non-striker's end. Abdul bowling the first over, a medium pace bowler, bowling from the Havelock Sports Club ground ends, bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman.
Very compact looking right-hander on the Nuganganath. Got solid techniques. They initially considered going for the single. No is the call by the non-striker pretty wisely. Abdul Hakam from Kandy, a product of Kingswood College. Sangit Kure, a product of St. Sebastian's College, Morotua. So many outstanding cricketers coming out of that town, famous for music, high quality furniture, and for cricket. Neatly tapped away and coming back for the second. This is good cricket. Didn't hit it hard. He's worried about getting back into the deep. Good first run, very quickly taken, and coming back for the second. Randu Nuganganath off the mark with a couple.
Yes, excellent running. There's no doubt about it that you need to put the pressure on the fielder as well. The ball was traveling very quickly down to third man. And don't forget, very fast outfields here in Colombo these days.
Abdul Hakam gets it in line with the stumps this time. Two previous deliveries wide outside the O stump and provided ample opportunities for Ganganath. Slightly fuller on a good length and treated with some respect.
Shane Fernando, well, he's the man in charge of grounds here at the Colts.
Once again, short of a length, little bit of room outside the off stump. Randu Nuganganath pushed that one towards the same direction. This time finds a fielder. Interestingly, there's only one unbeaten team after 19 matches, and that's Police Sports Club. They will be playing Bodrulia at Magona. There are 4 more matches together with this one, and this live coverage, just as I mentioned, available to you right throughout the day on SLC official YouTube channel. Millions of subscribers.
Right, one more man in the slips, so 2 slips and a gully now.
Slightly leg stumpish, and Ganganath took the opportunity, neatly tucked away for a single. Pretty decent over. First over done, 3 for no. In the absence of their regulars due to national services, I mean, plenty of youngsters getting opportunities, some of them grabbing those opportunities. Yesterday we saw Vimat Dimsara scored a fine half century, 90. It was a resounding win for Panadura. And NCC going down cheaply, all out for 103. It was a huge victory margin for Panadura. And victory margins, just as you mentioned right at the beginning of the commentary, the net run rate will play a huge part after the completion of first round of matches.
Right, so first off from the Park Road end, Rasindu the bowler. Pasindu Patum is his full name, right arm medium pace. A leg slip in place, or a slip and a gully in place.
Not too much of pace, very good way to start of the proceedings for Pasindu. Angled in towards the batsman on a good length. Absolutely no opportunities for Randunu to go for a scoring shot. He played it defensively. And for those who are joining us, Colts considered the visiting side. And as per tournament rules during the first round, they get to decide what to do. Very wisely decided to bat first. That one kept just a little low. I was expecting that one to rise up a bit. Interesting, already variable bounce. Good hands, calls. Even though quite a few experienced players out for national duties, still a very strong team. They had the same issue during the first game. The youngsters didn't stood up, but today they are hoping young guns will fire. Oh, lovely. Worked the way towards fine leg region. Just a single though. For Nugegoda, it's a very steady start. They're not trying to do anything extravagant, just bowling good lines and lengths and restricting scoring opportunities for very talented opener Randunu and Sangeet on strike for the first time. The tournament's top run getter, a century and 2 half centuries, 239 runs, and he looks solid. Immediately, that proper technique, gentle push down the ground. Very experienced campaigner these days, represented Sri Lanka A and been in the scene for a long period.
Full face to the bat. That's the good thing about Sangeet Kure. Not half-hearted. Bat and pad close together.
Lovely hands. Played it gently in line with the stumps. Very good over. Just a single. 2 overs done, 4 for no loss. Eric, just as I mentioned, there are 4 matches worked out today. 1 at Kurunagala, 1 at Margona, 2 in Colombo. Chilomarians taking on NCC, and Chilomarians taking on Tamil Union, if I'm not mistaken. And Badrulia, they are taking on Police. Oh, that's a good shot. But straight to the fielder, just about getting the placement right. There was a scoring opportunity, but unfortunately straight to the hand of the fielder. That was timed perfectly.
A lot of the shots played by this batsman have gone behind the wickets down towards backward point and third man. Indication that he's getting a lot of edges, but along the ground, of course.
Well, that's more like it. That's corridor of uncertainty, enticing the batsman to go fishing outside the off stump. Fortunately, there was no edge. Abdul Hakam not striving for too much of pace. Interesting looking bowling action. Little bit slanted, not upright, not straight. Arm at the delivery point for Abdul Hakam. Oh, that's more like it. Neatly clipped away towards mid-wicket region for the first boundary of the day. Randunu Ganganath. He looks good. Leg stumpish. Moving in towards the batsman. Really nicely worked away. This is good batting. He's been patient, waiting for the right opportunity, and just when the opportunity arrives, Randunu dispatches that one for a boundary. He moves to 8. Well timed, I can tell you, but straight to the fielder at extra cover region in fact. Randunu starting to look good.
Yes, both batsmen seem to have settled down quite nicely. They've gauged the pace of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket as well, and also getting a fair size or fair sight of the bowlers themselves. So this will all go well for Colts.
This is good bowling after conceding a boundary. Once again, you see that outside the off stump channel. Fairly decent start for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. 2 youngsters made their debut today. Exciting moments. Performed outstandingly well for their schools, now getting an opportunity to represent one of the top clubs. Fairly decent over despite conceding a boundary. 3 overs done, 8 for none. Eric, during this tournament there are 6 centurions, and interestingly Sangeet Kure is the one who scored a century for Colombo Colts, and the experienced campaigner Dinesh Chandimal scoring 120. He looks good, in good form, back with national duties. Is in the T20 squad, representing Sri Lanka against Bangladesh. T20 series will be started on 10th. Oh, that's a good piece of bowling. Not too much of pace. You can remember the dismissal of Sangeet Kure, the game against the run squad of the bowled.
There's a beat in the region of uncertainty. Sangeet Kure.
I really like the look of two young fast bowlers opening the proceedings for Nugegoda Sports Welfare Club. More or less on a good length. Not too many opportunities, just about a couple of deliveries, playing down the leg side on one occasion. Ganganath dispatched one away for a boundary. And Sangit Kure is someone who's got loads of patience. That dude is down to Sangit Kure. He's off the mark.
Right, so this live production is powered by and it's on the Telenet TV, Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel, and on www.talenttv.lk, and Talent TV free to air on frequencies in Colombo 22, island wide 47, Southeast 28, Kurunagala 32, and Ratnapura 56. So there we have the coverage of these games on television.
Went for an in-swinger, touch overdone down the leg side, another wide. Based on what we've seen so far, as long as these two young bowlers not conceding extras and providing freebies, they should do good. Good repeatable actions. Oh, slower delivery, beating the outside edge. Good piece of bowling.
So these youngsters are really learning how to bowl the slow ball as well. And look at that. Outside the line of off stump, the batsman going for the drive. Foot was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and very far from his body, in fact, very close to another wide.
Oh, well fielded. Good cricket all round. Firm punch off the back foot by Randunu Ganganath. Timed it superbly. Now we are starting to see a few shots like that from Randunu Ganganath. I mean, coming off the blade really nicely, but straight to the fielder. In contemporary cricket, finding the gaps, so crucial. Going for a single, soft hands, gently driven down the ground to mid-off region. And still a very good over. Just 3 runs off, 4 overs done, 11 for no loss. Eric, we were here for the first match between Colombo Colts and CCC. In comparison to the track that day, this one, a much better one. Ball comes on to bat really nicely, consistent bounce, nice even layer of grass holding the surface together. Just as Kosala mentioned, I think 220, 250 should be bare minimum. Wow, what a piece of bowling by Abdul Hakam. Prodigious in-swing. And it also moved after pitching.
Excellent delivery. No doubt. Hit the top of the stumps as well. The bails went flying. The batsman was really surprised as to what really happened. There it goes again. Look at that, the in-swinger. Bit of movement, just enough to dislodge the stumps as well. And Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club pick up their first wicket of the Colts, 11 for 1. And this is excellent bowling from this medium pacer, the youngster. That will give him a load of confidence to do better in this innings as well.
Just as you show, Randu Nuganganath's stay in the middle has been cut short. Right now, projected scores aren't good. That's a youngster. I think he's making his debut today. We'll confirm that in a moment. Adam Hilmi, a product of Trinity College, Kandy, and very talented young right-hander. He's been given a fantastic opportunity representing one of the top clubs in the country, Colombo Colts. There is some bounce. Abdul Hakam got his tails up after picking up a wicket. Beautiful in-swinger. Swung in the air also after pitching.
Yeah, Adam Hilmi did well. Dropped his wrists on that. That's what you got to do when the ball's outside the line of off stump. Not to get your bat in the way or the gloves in the way. The technique of playing that delivery outside the line of off stump is so important for any batsman.
There you go, youngster, being very watchful. So that one moving away from the outside and lets it go into the wicketkeeper's hand. This is good cricket. That's the dismissal. A fantastic delivery. Wow. I mean, Randu Nuganganath had no idea. Just about managing to find the inside edge. Stumps are rattled and Colombo Colts losing their first wicket. Ooh, gone aerial. Streaky piece of batting. Starting to wonder whether the youngster opened the face of the blade or found the outer half of the bat. Whichever the case, excellent piece of bowling. High on confidence now, Abdul Hakam.
Yes, 1 for 8 his figures after 2.4 overs. Bowling his heart out at the moment. And now he's got to bowl to Sangeet Kure, the experienced campaigner, the top scorer in this tournament. Even though Sangeet is on 1 of 5 balls, but he's the batsman who needs to settle in and then start scoring runs quite freely. And if they get his wicket early, wow, that will be a bonus for Nugegoda.
Absolutely no doubts. That will provide them to make serious inroads into Cole's batting. Very strong batting lineup. Angelo Mathews yet to come. Dhananjay Lakshan, someone who scored loads of runs during the 3-day tournament ended a few months back. Good cricket down the ground, should come back for 2 at least. Just a gentle push. Placement was right. Sangeet goes to 3 with that couple.
Yeah, Sangeet is such a cool customer. Nothing phases him.
That's pretty much his role. Be out there for a longer period, stitching partnerships with the top order, with the middle order. Oh, this is lovely bowling. In line with the stump, on a good length, just 3 runs off. Excellent over. 5 overs done, 14 for 1.
Good morning and welcome. We're live from the Colts Cricket Club grounds. It's another major club 50-over encounter. It's Nugegoda taking on the much fancied Colts Cricket Club. Colts deciding to bat first. Have already lost 1 wicket. They're 1 for 14. Sangeet Kure will hold the key where Colts are concerned. But so far, it's been a good start from Nugegoda. And gone. is gone. That's wicket number 2. Nugegoda strike early, and that is the wicket of Adam. I feel he departs for 1. But before going further, let me say good morning to Michael. Michael, very sorry, just got carried away with that dismissal.
Very good morning. Good morning to everyone. Yes, that was a brilliant delivery. Got some carry and pushing it outside the stump straight into that second slip's hands. So you straight away, Kosala, in the wicket column, as you said.
Well, I did mention that so Adam Hilmy departs for 1 without troubling much of the scorers or the opposing team. Now, Cole's intention to bat first was to get some runs on the board, get that run rate up as the tournament progresses. They've already lost 1 game in this series now. Now, Coles are 14 for 2 against Nugegoda Sports Club. Now, Nugegoda, on the other hand, led by T.M. Sampath, a very seasoned campaigner. And when I had a chat with him, he said he loves playing with his breed of youngsters, that he wants to bring them into that next level, the competitive level. And that's why he's continuing. Even at that age, he continues to play. And still, a very worthy customer.
And now they've done really well so far. Dhananjaya Lakshan walking in.
Now, this is another man who had a lot of potential when he played at the first or the inaugural LPL in Sri Lanka. Everybody thought that Dhananjaya Lakshan is a player for the future, but he's not really lived up to that expectations. He had to go with the Sri Lankan national side in England a few games, and now he went back again leading the emerging team to England recently with a fairly successful tour in England, but he's not really lived up to that potential of a wonderful all-rounder. But he's such a good player who's not lived up to his credentials, I would say, Michael.
I think he's still young. He has time, so I think best thing is to learn from your seniors. Coming up the order, batting at number 4. Like you said, played a lot of cricket for his school.
Another lad from Richmond College goal. Richmond has produced, I think Rich, well, this is the fall of the last week, and let's take a look at this again, Michael, before we go for that one. There was no real movement by the bowler, but that is a poor shot. There was a big path between the body and the bat, and he was just slashing at it and only succeeded in getting it to the slip fielder. Now, there's the next delivery. Dhananjaya Lakshan will get off the mark. Now, talking about in the good old days, maybe in the 90s, the 80s, or even the 2000s, you would feel that Sri Lanka were represented by players from Royal, St. Thomas's. Those were more in the 70s and the 80s. But then when it came to the 90s, it was mostly the Anand and Naland regime that really dominated. A little bit of DSN like players in the side. But then now, it's totally been Richmond, isn't it?
Yes, I think quite a lot of Richmondites in the fray. Really pitching outside leg and hitting him also outside leg stump.
Impact was okay, but the pitch is, I think, pitching outside the leg stump. Good call by the umpire. Two umpires, Ravindra it's Kottachi and
Oh,
slight misfield, and they'll come back for 2. Now, Nugegoda can't afford to lose that grip. They need to keep that grip on. They need to keep that pressure. 15 for 2 or 16 for 2. Look at that.
it just pushed into the covers.
Yeah, but that hit on those other turfs, and it just skidded on, and the fielder was not ready for that.
But he had covered it basically, just a bit, just couldn't get his hands down to the.
it skated much earlier than what he expected. 70 for 2. Sangeet Kure will leave that to the keeper to end over number 7 or 6. It's 17 for 2.
Just to add a bit on what you were talking, between 2005 to about 15, there were some Josephians also in the fray. Don't forget that.
Yeah, no, true. But even still, you have, isn't it, Sadir Samaravikrama, you have Dunit Vellalage. But what I really wanted to mention is that the dominance, dominance of schools, like even, as I said, a few of DS players.
Yes.
So there were a few Josephians. Yeah, you're right, Chavin Davas in company. So you see, there were, but then the main dominance came. Now it's been totally rich. If you take Charita Salanka, Varindu Hasaranga, Dhananjay Lakshan, Dhananjay De Silva, Kamidu Mendes.
Ah, yes. Three of them played together.
Yeah,
when Charit captain.
Yeah, so they played together, they've been together. So it's like, that is what I really wanted to highlight here. The dominance. Rohita Kottachi, one of the Kottachi brothers in this field of umpires. We have Ravindra Kottachi and he's the elder brother also. I can't remember his first name. Have been long servants of Sri Lanka cricket, marshalling the game from the centre. Oh, good. That's good. I like the intent by Nugegoda. Abdul's been good. He's gone 1 for 11. But passing has been... Now, this is Asangananakar. Another premier tier A umpire.
So we've seen some clusters of cricketers coming from schools. It's sometimes something to do with that talent of that team or those coaches to bring out the talent.
Now, it's a very interesting topic, Michael. Like, say now, for example, you look, Asalanka, Hasaranga, Dhananjay De Silva, they all played.
No, Dhananjay was a bit senior, but
Kamidu Mendes, they played together. And just imagine that school side at that level to outperform the other. That would have been the main, and that's how the school really blossomed. You know, when you come in together to a national side, it really takes something, isn't it? Nicely done, very neatly done. But there is a fielder, just a single. But I like the quick roll of the wrist from Dhananjay Lakshan. So it'll go on and on.
There were 4 from the Josephians at one time. Played together. They moved NG, Roshan Silva and Tisara.
Yeah.
At one time they all played together.
Yeah, so that's it. It just happens, isn't it, sometimes. Done. Now I like what Coles are doing currently. They know that runs are not that easy to come by. It's dried up a bit. The ball is not really coming on for shot making. You will see if that saw the previous delivery, just held it a little bit on Dhananjay Lakshan. He was pretty early into the shot.
On the other hand, you think Coles may be thinking, no, we should have been bowling first?
No, it's the end of the over. We'll talk more on that. It's 20 for 2.
ඔව් බලල් දුවන්නේ නැද්ද මම සර් කොටචේ බලල් දුවන්නේ නැද්ද බලන්නේ බෝල දිව කියලා නැද්ද රයිට් ඔන් විකට්
So 20 for 2. Just a rebuilding stage here for Colts.
Still Pasindu continuing with that. No. Yeah, Pasindu continuing with the slip in a gully. Another point. Fielder comes much closer towards the slip cordon. So the intent might be from Pasindu is to take it away from the left-hander and bring that occasional delivery that comes into him.
Yeah, maybe because it's a bit slow, might be playing it in the air. There is a short extra cover.
Five on the off. In fact, it's yes, 5 on the off. He's got a short fine, a deep square, and a mid-on. He's got 6 on the off, rather. He's got a sweeper cover. That's good. Just 7 runs. He's into his 4th over. Picked up a wicket.
And this is the power play.
Yeah. But teams now, isn't it, like say, they have their moments, isn't it? They if they get off to a good start at the top, and if the ball is coming on, they feel that the first power play with the 2 fielders outside, they might intend to pump about 40 to 50. Down the track, and that will find the boundary. Pretty much premeditated by Dhananjay Lakshan. He has decided that he's going to charge Pasindu, and he said enough is enough, and finds the boundary.
I think he was just looking to get out of jail, not wanting to let him bowl the dot balls that he was doing. You'll have to take a chance, but that was a pretty good shot.
It's all how you measure the surface, isn't it? Better, much slower through there this time by Pasindu, a little bit change of pace. Dhananjay Lakshan equal to the task.
I like what Pasindu is doing here. There's not extra pace. There's no extra pace in it. So he's just keeping it just there outside the out stump.
Just shifting those fingers at the last minute. Runs here. There's a little protection on the onside. They'll come back for 2. Now, this has been a good over where Colts are concerned. They've got 6 runs off it so far, with the ball remaining. That's the Colts camp looking on the dugout or the dressing room. Mind you, this ground was redone. The pavilions, infrastructure has been fantastic. Seven of over number 8. Colts are 27 for 2. TM Sampath decides that he will bring his experience in. Bowls a little bit off spin. Here's from Kaluthara Vidyalaya, brother of former Sri Lankan cricketing star Tilakaratna Dilshan.
The two opening bowlers doing a decent job.
Yeah, 27 for 2 from 8 overs. Just a fraction over 3 in a power play. You will take it at any day. That's a man.
The manager of Colts.
Yes.
It's Sanjeev. He'll be a busy man.
Oh, turn straight away. Will that go down as a drop catch? I feel the batting side will get a boundary, but I feel that credit should go to the bowler.
Yes, definitely. Beautifully bowled. He was a bit unsighted, I think.
You can hear from the stump mic that what Dilshan Sampath was saying. If you're a slip fielder or a wicket keeper, they get a single. We're saying don't look at what the batsman is trying to play. Watch the ball till whether it leaves the batter or not. Keep your eyes focused on that. And that's exactly what happened. That's why the catch is missed. So that's the experience that Sampath brings here. The interesting thing, Michael, was that the spin that ball got. We are into over number 9, and if Sampath can extract such a lot of spin, when the wicket gets older,
Turn more.
yeah, it'll turn more.
Just to the defense of that slip field, that shot was pitched, ball was pitched in line with middle and off, and then the batsman also tried to work it on the leg. So I think it's hard to have a look at the bat.
Quite correctly said, a little bit unsighted.
Yeah.
Sampath not afraid to come in the power play with only 2 fielders outside. He's got a long off and a deep square. And he gets through his over very quickly. It's the end of over number 9, 33 for 2.
The skipper brought himself on because of the 2 left-handers and almost immediately was in play. Person continuing that same line, just outside the off stump. So I thought the skipper should change his line a bit, maybe to the 2 left-handers, middle and off. Instead of going middle and leg, he was bit onto the legs, trying to get that turn.
You're referring to Sampath, is it?
Sampath, yes.
But if you see, why that happens is, Michael, I'll talk about that after this delivery. Driven away. But there is a sweeper cover, just a single. The reason is, if you look at where Sampath's delivery or landing is, he lands very wide of the crease. So once you land wide of the crease, being an off spinner with your angle, you're always targeting a mid and leg line. It's not easy to bowl when you're going round the wicket. It's not easy to bowl an off stump line if you're going wide of the crease.
But he's trying to get more turn.
So what he's trying to do is he's trying to get that extra turn that he got in the first ball. So that's the reason. It's not easy when you go round the wicket to try and land it on an off stump. If you're going wide of the crease, but if you're getting closer to the stumps, yes, then you have the option of doing that.
No, what I was trying to say is, with that wide angle, the ball will automatically drift down the leg.
It will drift, and sometimes it will continue to drift in. It might not turn. It all depends on how the release point, how your fingers, how how the rotation of your wrist, all of these come into play. Mind you, I can tell you all this because I was also in that same
league.
line of doing it.
But the problem is, with that angle, even if you're hit on the pads, generally the umpire would think that it's going.
Yeah,
it's
you go
going
down
to
the
miss.
leg. You're not a candidate for LBW. You're not, because you're going wide of the crease.
The shout for catch it, but
Dhananjay Lakshan is out there with a different mission. He's come down the track for the second time against Passu, who goes around the wicket this time. And he just slap bats that. Just slap bats that. See, there you go. Bang. 1-2. Bounces to the boundary. Two is the call from Dhananjay Lakshan, but it's only a single.
But this is good cricket after the boundary, rotating the strike.
So the last of the power play, delivery to come. 40 for 2 so far. Both teams will be happy. Colts might feel that they have lost a wicket more.
Correct.
Oh, there's one more to go. There was a...
So that's Anton Mangalaraj, the reserve umpire.
It's a very important role that you don't... It just goes unrecognized, Michael. You have to be on the ball, like you're in the center. You have to watch every ball. In fact, this is the last ball. And it's another dot to end over number 10. Colts electing to bat are 40 for 2.
Well, it's a steady recovery for Colombo Colts after losing 2 wickets. As we getting ready to have a look at the power play highlights. Being invited to bat first. It was a very good start for the youngster Dhananjay. And what a fine delivery. And second wicket going down from time to time. Shown aggression. I thought TM Sampath was little unlucky. Created an opportunity in his very first delivery, but unfortunately found a gap between the wicketkeeper and slip fielder. Very steady operator, experience, loads of it. I mean, more or less pitch the ball in line with the stumps whenever left-hander in action. Get that lovely little angle in towards the left-hander and turn the delivery ever so slightly. That's the method of operation for Tilakaratne Sampath. Experienced campaigner, been in the scene for a long time, and his experience will be valuable for the chances of Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. Sangeet, who's on 8, Dhananjay Lakshan, who's on 21. Well bowled. In line with the stumps, stifle turn.
One thing is that the Colts batsmen have realized that playing 50 overs is a long time. It's not like playing a T10 or T20 game. They need to keep wickets intact. That's well played. Beats the fielder at a point. Runs down to the boundary. There's no stopping that. Fast outfields these days.
It was gone aerial for a brief period, but Sangeet Kure found the placement really nicely. Got it in between short third man and point fielder. Away for a boundary. Good hands. I mean, experience matters in a situation like this. Two youngsters were given opportunities, Ganganath and Hilby. Both perishers, not taken the opportunity, not grabbing the opportunity to perform well and impress the selectors, the club cricket management. So it's up to these two very experienced duo. Well bowled, really neatly worked away for a single. I mentioned Dhananjay Lakshan as well as Sangeet Kure scored a truckload of runs during the 3-day tournament. That's Mr. Janaka Fernando, our match referee for today's game. Asanka Nanayakara and Rohita Kottachi, two umpires, and Anton Mangalraj, reserve umpire for today's game. I thought this young man, Abdul Hakam, started off bowling really nicely. We mentioned in comparison to the first match track for Colombo Coles, this is a much better one. It's been proven already. But from time to time, especially for the spinners, Tilakaratne Sampath got a couple of deliveries to hold up in the surface ever so slightly.
Yes, don't forget all these tracks have been used in the last 6 or 7 months or so. And as we always said, the tracks are very tired at the moment.
Start of the tournament, start of the season, never easy. Getting good tracks in place. Very well bowled, equally well played. Sangeet Kure knows how to play here. And one of 6 centurions so far in the tournament. Sangeet Kure, 100 runs. The tournament's top inning, Sitara Gimhan, 158 runs against CCC. Oh, that's a fine knock. Tanidu Harshana, 109. Well ball gets it into the gap. Will they come back for the second? Absolutely not. And the other centurion for Colombo Coles, Dinesh Chandimal, fine knock, 120. Ashin Bandara, another century for Police, 107. And youngster from Mahanama College, Angela Bandara, scored a century. So altogether 6 centuries. Dilshan Abesingha, meanwhile, working good lines and lengths. Always good to see. Very well bowled, more or less in line with the stumps, moving ever so slightly away from the bat. Batsman had no opportunities but to play at it and played it defensively. In comparison to the approach from Sangeet Kure, Dhananjay Lakshan came in with a clear mindset. Go after the bowling whenever opportunity is provided. He improvised, coming down the track and got 2 lovely boundaries. Slapped away for boundaries. I mean, someone who been in the national squad, plenty of experience. Lovely hands. Gently pushed that one towards sweeper cover region and picks another single. He looks good.
We were talking about these youngsters coming to these sides. And we'll talk about it in a moment. Let's look at the fall of wickets so far, the 2 wickets that have fallen. There's the first one. Absolutely fantastic delivery. Beat the batsman all ends up. There we go. Thick edge. Good catch at the second slip.
Adam Hilby playing away from the body. That was the mistake he made.
Yes, we talk about these youngsters coming to these sides. Don't forget that most of them are coming straight from school to play club cricket. And the level of cricket between the schools and clubs is also so high that to negotiate sometimes bowlers and the club level, not so easy for schoolboys.
Oh, this is lovely hands. Yes, it's a full toss. Dealt with some aggression. Placement, that was the key. We've seen time and time again full tossers played straight at the fielders. Not that occasion. Found the gap really nicely. And Sangit Kure looks very, very good. 50 runs on the board.
That's right. So the moment he gets a full toss, he's going to make use of that, no doubt. And Sangit Kure, seasoned campaigner, he and Dhananjay will take course to a strong position. He came in with 2 wickets down, and now they're trying to rebuild this innings. And
it was a very
cricket that is all bang, bang, bang. It's all a case of control shots being scored.
Eric, it was a very good over until that final delivery. Full toss. There was a scoring opportunity and he grabbed it with both hands. Now moves to 18. 52 for 2. Slowly but steadily, Colombo Colts batters stamping their authority against a very young and inexperienced side, Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. Yes, they won a game already, but if they are to stand a chance, they should dismantle this partnership. Dhananjay looking increasingly dangerous. Take a look at it. Partnership, 38 runs and taken them just 42 deliveries. Goes to tell you, this is the 2 dangerous batsmen in the middle, looking to lay out a solid foundation. Once again coming down the track. Good hands. Clipped away. Easy to. Will they come back for the third? They will. Excellent running. Good calling between 2 batters, Dhananjay Lakshan and Sangit Kure. They immediately to come back for the third run, and excellent running. Lovely.
Look at the first one. Turn run for them. His range is very safe indeed.
Two batters increasingly looking comfortable. Dhananjay in particular, 25 of 21 deliveries. Sangit, this is the usual method of operation. Occupy the crease, be out there for a longer period. For Sangit Kure, well bowled once again. Easily clipped away for a single. Excellent over so far without taking any risk. Already scored 5 runs. Way to go about it.
Yes, Nugegoda will certainly feel the pressure at the moment. Runs just flowing from these 2 batsmen. And when you get runs being taken, especially singles, the 2s being taken, bowlers under pressure.
That was the little hold up I was talking about. Whenever it gets the seam into the pitch, well bowled. 2 good deliveries back to back, 5 runs still. 13 overs done, 57 for 2.
Right, so the substitutes on the ground, some refreshment for the batsmen. It's a very hot morning down here in Colombo at the Colts grounds, no doubt about that. Sun beaming down, hot, humid. Those have been the conditions right throughout in Colombo the last few weeks, in fact.
Eric, during these tournaments, there are quite a few low scores, which means bowlers done pretty well, spinners in particular. But to all of our surprise, there's only one 5-wicket haul right throughout the tournament. It was taken by Trevin Mathews against Badurulia for Ace Capital. So bowlers They will be looking for more 5-wicket hauls. Quite a few talented bowlers for Colts today. Akila Dhananjay will be in action, one of the finest off spinners in the country. This is good cricket. Room outside the off stump, gentle little dab and picked up a single without any troubles. This is exactly the way to go about it. Of singles, and whenever opportunity provided, pick up boundaries. Outfield pretty fast. Both the left-handers, Sangeet Kure as well as Dhananjay Lakshan, increasingly looking good, getting comfortable. Now they are pretty much settled. Very well. This is exactly the lane. Sean should be upping time again. I can tell you can do it 10 times straight. He's bound to get results. Partnership 44 runs, just 49 deliveries. Fantastic. Good calling, good cricket. Dhananjay Lakshan immediately responding and completing a single without any troubles.
That's when you talk about good running between the wickets. Early calls, taking those first runs quickly. Look at that. Played it nicely on the onside. Off with the shot. And you can very easily complete the single.
Lovely pull shot. There is protection in the deep. Will they come back for the second? No, it's the call. I think it's the right one. Excellent piece of fielding down in the deep.
Yes, any form of cricket, you've got to feel well. Look at that. Very short. Standing up. Got the treatment, a nice pull shot. Look at the fielding. Corrects cleanly.
Well bowled from time to time. Dilshan varying his pace, varying his lines and lengths. Whenever he gets it in line with the stumps, he looks very, very good. And the two batters out there in the middle finding it little tough to work the ball into the gaps and getting singles. Steady progress, 4.34. Two experienced campaigners looking for a big one. A dot ball to complete the 14th. A good one, just 3 runs off. After 14, 60 for 2. Eric, we mentioned the tournament's centurions, and it's worth mentioning the tournament's top wicket takers with that 4-wicket haul against Panadur Vijaykant Vyaskant with 9 wickets right on top. Chaturanga De Silva in second with 7 wickets, and Lasith Abuldenia picked up 3 wickets yesterday, bowled fantastically well against Panadur, though NCC ended up on the wrong side of the results. That is a one-sided game, and for the viewers' sake, we are hoping this one to be a very, very close one. Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club, they are fighters. They've already proven that. Just about getting their chase right. Right now they are focusing on restricting Colombo calls to a manageable scope. But looking at the way things panned out so far, these two looking increasingly comfortable. Oh, this is excellent running. Gentle hands, played softly. He immediately knew 2 was on. Dhananjay. This is good cricket. He moves to 30. Overtaken his partner, who's been the long while in comparison to number of deliveries he's faced. Very good cricket. Dhananjay Lakshan recently toured West Indies with Sri Lanka emerging team, performed well. Gentle paddle sweep, went all the way. Outstanding cricket, intelligent cricket. Working the angle, gets another boundary. He moves to 34. Things looking very, very good for Colts.
Intelligent batting, no doubt. Picks the gaps, he knows where to play the ball because the short fine leg was there more at a backward square leg position, and he played it so fine the fielder had no chance in cutting that off, and takes Dhananjay on to 34 of 26 balls. Colts move to 66 for 2. Look at the projected score, 235.
Fine piece of bowling by TM Sampath. On a good length, absolutely no opportunities for a single. Partnership, 52 runs. Brilliant. Name of the game, partnerships. This is what they failed to do during the first game, second game, and the third game. They've done outstandingly well. Angelo Mathews already with a half century. Ramindu Rasanta scored a half century after coming back, playing for Sri Lanka, emerging in West Indies. And Sangeet Kure going in confidence. Oh, loud shout. And went all the way. For a moment thought there was ample opportunity for the fielders to cut that one off. Came off the bat, it seems. 4 more runs to the total.
Yeah, look at that switch hit.
Came off the gloves.
Yes, didn't get hold of it. Over the wicket keeper's head. And the outfield is so fast, the ball ran down so quickly.
So they've been getting boundaries. Immediately projected scores gone up. A pitch expert, Kozala Suresh Chandra, spot on. Excellent piece of bowling by Tilakaratne Sampath to complete the 15th. Outstanding partnership, 56 runs of 59 runs. 59 deliveries in fact. Coming down the track, smashes that one through the gap. 4 more runs. Similar shot, some aggression. Went to the boundary in a hurry. Some lovely hands from time to time by Sangeet Kure. Little cheeky and improvisations from time to time. Things looking very good for Colombo Colts. Partnership 50 runs.
$70 for 2. It's been a good partnership. 50 runs between Sangeet Kure and Dhananjay Lakshan. Dhananjay Lakshan has been the more aggressor, 38 from 30. And Sangeet Kure has made 20 of 30. He's playing the second fiddle role, but that they wouldn't mind that. Former captain of Colts, now led by Akila Dhananjay. It's going to be a change in the bowling. Rahul is the bowler. Is going around the wicket. Rahul Gunasekara.
So this is the skipper. It's been around for some time. Going on with the arm. Waiting to see whether it gets some turn out of this track. Oh. Did they take an edge? I don't think so.
Let's take a look at that again. Oh, it did take a chance, and you can read the reaction of Gunasekara saying, "Did you drop the game?"
No bowler likes to see his catches dropped. Definitely got an edge. Slight bit of turn, but not much. Most of the balls going in with the arm. Tossed up and driven. Just a single. 16 overs gone. It's 71 for 2.
හරි එන්න. එන්න 6 minutes down නා. 6 minutes පල්ලෙන් ඉන්නේ.
So here we see the Colts batting card after they decided to bat first. Randunu was first to go for 9 and Adam was the next for 1, and Sangit Kure, the opener, not out on 21, the former skipper, and Dhananjay Lakshan on 38 of 30, going nicely. Good recovery, 71 for 2, just the 2 extras. And here we see the bowling card. The 2 opening bowlers, Abdul and Pasindu, picking up a wicket each. That opening spell really good from both of them. Then Sampath had chance dropped in his very first delivery. And then we saw Rahul also in his first delivery. Catch going down. So 2 chances going down. All of wickets 11 and 14. After 16, it's 71 for 2. Another off spinner. Sadun. Already seen, this is the 3rd off spinner. Ball turned a bit.
Well, 2 left-handers out there. I don't blame the skipper trying his options with the off spin. But what we haven't seen really, Michael, so far is Sandhu Mendes.
Right ball.
Another player from Richmond.
Brother of Kamidhu Mendes. Take a look at this again. Now, this is what we've been really seeing from all these 3 off spinners, Michael, is that they're getting it to drift down that leg side. They're not really getting it to occasionally 1 or 2 balls are spun.
Yeah.
But is this the right angle that they're bowling? That is the question. Because if they're not getting spin off the ball and it's darting down the leg side, the batters are at a relevant ease to work things around. Now that's a better line. That's a better line. Even if it doesn't turn, the batsman is in 2 minds whether to work it around or whether to play straight. So I think that should be the line that the off spinners should continue.
That's exactly what I was saying from the start. They should make them play and then see that if they can get turn, that slip comes into play.
But that works with the angle. That works with the angle. Now let's take a look at what Sandhu wants to do here. It's bowling to Sangeet Kure. He's 21. Dhananjay has moved on to 39. Let's see. Now there you go. He doesn't get wide of the crease there. He has a single run. If you really look at it, his front foot lands on blue line.
Yes.
Then they have the ability to do what you are going to. But the moment you go beyond, that's a good run. The moment you go beyond the blue line, your automatic angle is on a leg stump.
Sangit.
That was a little wide.
You see that pitch on leg stump. So you see, this is the theory that I'm talking about, the off-spinners theory. And you can see that all these off-spinners are not really trying to give it a tweak. If you really look at very closely at the release point, they're not rotating that wrist. That rotation is happening just so. I would take only thing that favor if that.
Yes.
If that was straightened, yes. Sangit would be. Let's go this again. He doesn't go that wide, so that's one thing. It's a touch and go, but I would go with the umpire on that. Maybe umpire's call, because that one just straightened a little bit and he was not going wide of the crease. Nugegoda is a better batting for 39. LBW to Sandun Mendes. Colts lose their third wicket. He didn't get that wide much. It's okay.
Veteran coming to the crease.
Now that is a picture you've seen from 2000, I would say 8-9, if you are a fan of Sri Lankan cricket. And I do give credit for Angelo Mathews to still retiring from Test cricket and still keep continuing to play the game and give his expertise to youngsters. He looks very fit, Angie. And I know that you are all smiles because he's a Josephian coming into bat.
That does. Just one more thing I want to say. Been playing all his cricket at the same ground for so long.
Yeah, he's one player who didn't change clubs. It was Colts from the start, and it'll be Colts till the end.
I think that's something that you have to give credit for. So these days you see a lot of people changing players, changing clubs. Getting a bit of turn.
This wicket will intend to turn. It's the end of the over. It's a successful one for Nugegoda. It's 75.
Also now it's going to be interesting. Left hand, right hand. Crease. I think we'll see a left arm spinner or a leggy coming on. If they have.
I was going to say that. Do they have? Rahul Gunasekara, the skipper, will continue. Now the difference with his action and his release is like, say, he looks a more square armish bowler. He doesn't go really at 12 o'clock for release. Let's take a look at his action again. Watch him very closely, Michael. There you go. He's not a 12 o'clock bowler. He's more of 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock release bowler.
Or they say that 10 o'clock or the 11 o'clock. There we see there's last wicket again. There we see that wicket keeper staying in line and appealing. I think that made the umpire's decision a little more easier. Clearly not happy. Edge off the mark. Best part was Richmondite taking a Richmondite's wicket.
I think Sandun Mendes played much after Dhananjay Lakshan.
No, I think Sandun. I think they played together if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, right. You see, how you identify this 12 o'clock, 10 o'clock is like, say, your high arm release becomes at 12 o'clock. And then the moment you stray towards your right hand, then it becomes 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. But on the other hand, if you're a left arm, it goes the other way. It becomes at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock.
No, but sometimes they say normally for the off spinner they'll call it the 10 o'clock or the 11 o'clock and then the 12 because the one goes this way. You can go whatever way. There is no hard and fast rule that just trying to give an explanation to how the arm works.
Sangeet Kure will have to play and bat along for a long time. 77 for 3. End of 18.
Lots of experience at the crease, you can say. Could have also been around for a long time. Oh, close.
Good cricket all around. Good delivery, good turn, good bit of fielding. Quick glove work, but the batter was in. Angelo Mathews. A lot expected from him for Colts now. Again, you can see that Saman Mendes is slowing things up. He's not trying to bowl it quick like Rahul Gunasekara. He's just holding it up in the air, varying his flight. Given air this time, and Mathews finds long on for a single.
I'm sure this is what you're going to see most of the time. Mathews most probably wants to bat long.
Now that bowler, or the fielder who threw that was a left-hander. So I wonder whether they have a left arm in there.
I'm sure we'll see. Oh, it's slowing down a bit. So playing a bit too early.
No, but I feel that there are certain patches or spots in the pitch that creates that little bit of uncertainty among the batter.
When you had the best view, you were there at the pitch.
Yeah, but you see, that's the end of the over. 81 for 3.
Sandhu has been doing a pretty decent job. 2 overs, 1 for 7. Most of it has been all in singles.
The skipper continues. Rahul Gunasekara is going around the wicket to Sangeet Kure. Slower through there this time.
Well, looks like the slower you bowl, it's not going to be easy for the batsman.
It's the purchase that you gain, isn't it? The slower it comes, it goes slower off the track. It starts to grip a little then. But this is the modern day cricket, Michael, where you would ask your spinners to dart it in or fire it in. But in the good old days, your coaches will blame you if you don't flight the ball. T20 cricket has done a big revelation in bowling and batting.
That has moved on to the 50-over game as well.
And taking it to Test cricket as well, now you get 400 runs scored in a day in Test cricket, especially theories like baseball.
Well, England almost scored 500 recently. So Rahul not getting much turn, just going on with the arm. So Rahul, be careful not to play across the line. Sangeet has taken his time. 54 deliveries for 27.
Almost a run of every two, the second ball. Last ball coming up, over number 20. Mathews is 3, Sangeet Kure. In fact, it's the end of the over. It's 83 for 3.
After the dismissal of Dhananjay Lakshan, Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club have managed to pull the run rate back a bit, 4.15 at the moment. The legend, Angelo Mathews, is in, looks very patient. 3 runs of 8 deliveries, and Sangeet is looking increasingly solid. That customary whip towards mid-wicket region gets another single to Angelo Mathews. Very strong player on the onside. We all know that. This passage, this middle period, will pretty much decide the outcome of this game, Eric.
Yes, it could. I mean, it could, because it depends if you don't lose any wickets. Keep wickets intact and just keep the scoreboard moving. Rotate the strike. And then you got the slog overs coming up after about 35 overs. That's when one ball is being used, as against 2 white balls being used now.
Good hands. Sangeet Kure knows exactly the pace, the way the deliveries are behaving on this track. He adjusted accordingly. Angelo Mathews understandably taking a little while. Yeah, in no hurry, partnership just 10 runs. This partnership needs to grow. We were talking about the possibilities of reaching 250. And after the dismissal, that outstanding partnership, once again, it's time for Colts to build up another partnership. He played that shot as good as anybody, but this time finds a fielder, TM Sampath. Lovely hands, gentle push, well responded by Sangeet Kure, and Angelo Mathews picks up another single, and boundaries have dried out. It's just about get things moving, picking up singles, as many as possible. Sandhu and Rahul slipping in few good overs. Oh, beating the outside edge. Excellent delivery to complete the over number 21st. Just 3 runs off after 21, 86 for 3.
It's 11:30 in the morning here in Colombo at the Colts grounds. Sun beaming down the grounds. It will be really hot and humid out in the middle. Not the easiest time to play cricket. But lots of these players are quite used to these conditions now.
You're right about that. This is pretty much the conditions right throughout the year and season after season. They are quite accustomed for this type of weather. He's a part-timer, Rahul, but slipping in few good overs. Picked up the wicket of very dangerous Dhananjay Lakshan. Now somehow managing to get some control to their bowling efforts. Down the ground. Gentle push. This will be a little quiet period for Colombo Colts. They will take time, especially Angelo Mathews will take time to settle down 20-25 runs. Afterwards, he'll pretty much decide to play his normal game. Sangeet Kure, outstanding knock. No surprises why he's the top run scorer in this tournament. Lovely techniques. There you go. Let the ball come on to you. Pushing it down the ground. Getting a single. So pretty much that's the method of operation. We'll have another look at the wickets to have fallen so far. Brilliant in-swinger. Stumps are rattled. And out-swinger. Straight to the second slip fielder. And straight in line with the stumps. Pretty adjacent appeal, I thought, Eric. With spinners in action, they are getting through overs very, very quickly, which is always good. Single, quite easily taken. Very decent over, just 3 runs off. 22 done, 89 for 3. I mean, things would have been even better for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club had they taken all the catches. There's a couple of drop catches. That's the first of the bowling of the off spinner. And this one. Faint tickle. Wicketkeeper just didn't manage to grab that one. 2 opportunities went to begging. In a very competitive tournament like this, against a very strong team like Colombo Colts, you need to grab all the opportunities coming your way. Not anymore. So they're pretty much focusing on dismantling this partnership and getting to the lower middle order. We all know how dangerous Angelo Mathews can be, especially towards the latter part of the innings. At the timing, just a gentle push, race across the field to wide long on fielder. Apart from those 2 drop catches, I thought Nugegoda done fairly well in the field. Quite a few brilliant fielding efforts down in the deep. Faster bowlers moving across the field really, really nicely. And they've been doing the basics right in comparison to, inexperienced team. Not trying to do anything special, just sticking to good basics. Good cricket. Soft hands. Picking up a single without any troubles. Sangeet Kure moves to 29. Sandun and Rahul. Sandun is the wicket taker. 1 for 12, 3.2 overs. Economical, penetrative at the same time, which is vital at this stage. Picking up a wicket or 2 will definitely even up things even more. There you go. Getting past the outside edge, Angelo Mathews. Little tentative on that occasion.
Nicely tossed up on the back foot, trying to force it on the offside. There's no sweeper cover in position.
They're pretty much bowling leg stumpish line, inviting Angelo Mathews in particular to go through that region. By doing so, enticing a wicket. That's the game plan at the moment for Nugegoda. There you go. Pitch in line with the stumps, turning in towards the batsman onto his pads. No opportunities to free their arms on the offside. Fairly decent over 5 deliveries in, just conceding 3 runs. At this stage, singles won't hurt. Straight to the bowler. Very decent over, just 3 runs off. 23 done, 92 for 3.
So this live production is powered by ThinkCube and Quadrangle. It's going live on Telenet TV and on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel, and also on www.talenttv.lk. And Talent TV is free to air on frequencies in Colombo 22, island-wide 47, Southeast 28, Kurunagala 32 and Ratnabura 56.
Once again, kudos to Sri Lanka Cricket for making arrangements, for bringing in this live coverage, giving the due recognition for top players in the club cricketing scene who have performed outstandingly well throughout the years. You seldom see these top cricketers given a recognition of this sort. Kavika immediately starting off right on the money. This is good bowling. Bit of a dull period for Colombo Coles, but they are playing it smart. Pulled away, finds the fielder. Angelo Mathews can be very dangerous through that region. Run rate under 4 runs and over, which means this passage of play pretty much belongs to Nugegoda. Wicket and quite a few dot balls. 3 dot balls on the trot for Kavika.
Yes, that's right. This is good bowling. You got to really put the pressure on the batsman, and 2 experienced campaigners in the middle.
Short mid-wicket area. It's been a very, very busy place. Usually you get your best fielders in and around mid-wicket region and extra cover region. Those who are very capable of diving. Oh, that's a fantastic delivery, sliding down the leg side it seems. Good piece of bowling nevertheless. Kavika, excellent start. Absolutely no doubt as to where that one is heading. Pretty much 6 to 8 inches down the leg side. Oh, pulled it away. An invitation extended. Angelo Mathews says, thank you so much. A boundary to complete the 24th. 96 for 3. It's important playing steady during this period, and at the same time, whenever loose stuff is presented, you got to latch on to that. Exactly what demonstrated by Angelo Mathews. Not all that short, but was short enough.
At the end of this over, we'll reach the halfway stage. There's the last boundary, the last over. Angelo Mathews pulling that on the onside. One bounce to the boundary at deep mid wicket for 4.
He straight away knew there are no fielders in the deep, so just about getting it in the air and not worried about it. 96 for 3. Run rate hovering around 4 runs per over. Sandun and Kavika bringing in quite a few dot deliveries. A boundary after a long time. Well bowled. Inner part of the bat still picks up a single. If you play with soft hands, you pretty much have the opportunity of maneuvering the ball into gaps and picking up singles. Playing it late, that's the key. Looks like the surface is offering something for the spin bowlers already. Very dry, abrasive, usually provide a little bit of spin if you toss it up. That's exactly what Sandun as well as Kavika enjoying at this stage. And knowing that, Angelo and Sangeet adjusted their techniques. Those subtle adjustments, very, very important.
Yes, Sangeet anchored in this innings. He's on 31 of 63 balls, but his role is to bat perhaps right through the innings.
Beautiful. All along the ground. The long on field for a single. Singles are available, and both the batters picking them up with consistency now. As long as they don't concede boundaries, the bowlers, they should do good. Room outside the off stump. There is protection in the deep. Should only be a single. This is very steady bowling. If you take last 8 to 7 overs into account, they pretty much cut down boundary count and asking both the batters to take a risk if you are to pick up a boundary. And to experienced batters not taking the bait, playing each delivery on its merit. Sharp turn. Projected scores have come down to 205, but I can tell you, if these two stays for a longer period, they will definitely go past 250. Good cricket, excellent delivery, and excellent over, just 3 runs off. 25 done, 99 for 3.
So at the halfway mark, Colts moved on to 99 for 3. Sangeet on 32 and Angelo Mathews on 14. As I'm joined by Kosala. So Kavika, Nugegoda do have a left arm spinner.
Yeah, I was watching. It's 99 for 3. It's been a very laboured partnership at the moment. The run rate's dropped to below 4 now from a 4.26 at one point. Kavika is the left armer in operation. Sangeet Kure has been there from the ball 1. They'll come back for 2 here. If he's got 32 of 64 balls, Michael.
Well, if these two bat long, I don't think this run rate is going to be much of a bother.
Yeah,
for
it
Colts.
all depends. We are just halfway stage done. 100 is up on the board now. A little bit of Dunit Vellalage style of a bowler.
Three off spinners and also 4 off spinners and a left armer. See some of the reserves.
If you look at that, Mathews had to stretch for that. So that's giving you an indication of how the pitch is behaving. It's not coming on.
Yeah.
So going on to bat second is going to be a challenge on this surface. Let's take a look at Kavika. On a back view, you would feel that Vellalage is bowling for a point for a moment.
Correct. Well, sometimes it's hard to, exactly predict what could happen on these pitches with the sun out.
You see, it's all a prediction, isn't it? It's just a prediction.
Don't think anyone can get it right.
Yeah, very. This time short. Mathews on the back foot, rocks back and hammers it into the mid-wicket region. That will be a most welcome boundary. Mathews will move on to 19 with that boundary, but more importantly, breaks the shackles where Colts are concerned.
Well, it was slow and short. Enough time to rock back on the back foot and place it to wherever you wanted it. I think that was a gift for Mathews. That's the end of another over. There we see that again hurried Mathews a bit. Clearly going down the leg side. Mathews think he missed out on it. 26 gone. It's 108 for 3.
So this is the bowlers that Nugegoda have used. They've used 7 bowlers. The 2 fast bowlers at the top picking up a wicket each. We had Sampath, Dilshan, Rahul
and
Sandun and Kavin. 7 bowlers used.
Kavika.
5 spinners. And only 1 spinner getting a wicket of that of Sandun. But the economy rate of Rahul has been good. Just 2.25.
Well, don't forget there were 2 catches dropped off spinners.
One of Sampath and one of Rahul.
Both in the first delivery of their spell.
Yeah, but Rahul, I thought it was not the ball. Sidre, a laboured 36 here. So we're talking about the drop catches. This was the first one. Dhananjay Lakshan was let off the bowling of Sampath quite early in his innings. Then Rahul, in his first over, Sangeet Kure was given a life.
Like the way Sandun is bowling. Keeping the batsman quiet. In 6th over, 1 for 16. Lots of dot balls. So that's a maiden. It's 27 gone. It's 108 for 3.
Must have been the first maiden of the innings. Colts Cricket Club ground surrounded by the BRC ground right adjoining. We got the Havelock Park rugby ground and also the Henry Pedris ground. So this is another small hub of grounds in this area. Not forgetting Isipatana College. They also do have a smaller ground inside their school. So another cricketing hub in Colombo.
Got a few of those. Another loose delivery.
That has given a lot of air, and in fact Mathews' bottom hand came off because he had to reach for it, but he's okay.
Might have been wide, is it? If he had left it.
Well, it depends whether if the ball hit the surface and came the other way. There's been a lot of dot balls in the Colts innings.
Sangeet has not been able to maneuver the field. But the good thing is he's still out there. This time coming down the track. And is that, yes, it's a maximum.
Sangeet Kure feels that enough is enough. I need to make a move on. Comes down the track again, tossed up delivery, picked it up, got underneath the ball, and away she went sailing over long off for a maximum.
She got to the pitch of the ball and got underneath that. Pretty hot day. This one getting a lot of water. What do you think that spray was? Something to keep the sweat away?
Interesting. These days you get various things, Michael. I don't know. Because during our days it was only winter, you know, and if you had a salon spray or something, it was a bonus. No ice also. No ice. Very rarely you would get ice in a school game. But club games, yes, if that club had a restaurant or bar, you would get some ice. But other than that, again, no ice. So either you continue to play with your injury or you sit back. Simple as that.
And now they have ice baths also. I think, thank God it was not there during those days.
He's evolved a lot, not only on field but off field. There you go. It is not a spray. It's some lotion, I would say. No, it's a lotion. It's a lotion. There you go. It's a lotion. Spray, you won't be able to rub it like that. It's a lotion. I'm sure. Mathews drives single because spray would rub it like that. You would just let it sit on it. But Mathews is rubbing it. Maybe something to take the sweat away. Sangeet Kure is now moved on to the 40s.
He looks a bit more positive now, using his feet. 28 gone, it's 117 for 3.
Now I would say that Nugegoda is losing this game. 118 for 3, though the run rate is not that threatening at the moment. If Colts keep wickets in hand, then that's a bit of a danger. Sangit Kore, one of the pick of the bowlers so far. He's into his 7th over, just 16 runs, a wicket.
Continuing that same fashion. Over down the leg side. Rare bad deliveries. Kure is too good. He's not going to miss out on that. Here on the stump mic, the wicketkeeper encouraging the bowler, saying 7 dot deliveries. Sangit Kure, and then he just sweeps one to the boundary.
Yep, Sangit Kure is closing on a half century now. He's 48. A bit of turn, but the single is still on. He moves to 49. 123 for 3. Sangit's on 49. 80 balls. Consume 3 boundaries and a 6. Strike rate a little on the high side, 61. Angelo Mathews on the other hand. Without knowing or without noticing, Mathews has moved on to 22.
He's doing what he does well. Milking the bowling.
Silent warrior, you could call him. At one time, one of the biggest finishers that Sri Lanka cricket had in the shorter format. Now Jared Lienage has been trusted among that duty.
Angelo Mathews basically walking that singer, preserving his energy.
50 for Sangit Kure. Under trying circumstances, on a difficult pitch.
Here we see Sangit 50.
We're back live, and it's 126 for 3. Angelo Mathews is just working things around. It's end of the over, 29 done, Michael. It's 126 for 3.
Because you did predict around 250. They're on course for that. Maybe even more if these two continue like this.
Yeah, as long as they keep wickets, maybe going into the 40th over, if you're about 4 down or 5 down, you would fancy 10 runs and over.
Another new bowler, is it? Suwak Mendes.
Wonder whether he has any connection to the Mendises.
I think he's the brother of Kusal Mendes, if I'm not mistaken. Got the leg spinner. We've seen everything of his left armers, leg spinners. Only not seen a Chinaman.
Commander. Ila keba. Commander.
I like his action.
Aswat.
Nice loop.
Dangin
Angelo Mathews.
Commander. Annari Menda. Kaswat.
This is better. This is good from Swat.
Kaswat.
Colts dugout look on. Mathews goes out a big one.
Kaswat.
He's a product of Prince of Wales, so that is Kusal's brother.
This time it beats the diving point fielder that will run away, but it's cut off. They only get a couple. Marks the end of over number 30. Colombo Colts electing to bat a 1-2-7 for 3.
Powered by ThinkCube and Quadrangle, available to you on www.talenttv.lk, free to air on Talent TV. This is the half century, a magnificent one for experienced campaigner Sangeet Kure. Third of the season, third of the tournament, and century to go along with. Picking up boundaries from time to time, and that huge 6 over long off region. He looks very, very good. They have laid out a very solid foundation. Sangeet on 50 and Angelo on 25. Looking very, very good. Angelo too picked up few boundaries. There you go. He does that time and time again, effortlessly. Good run over mid-wicket. Couple of bouncers into the fence, playing the field very, very well. Sangeet Kure knew the round fielders at mid-wicket region. Picked up really nicely. Take a look at it. Beautiful to watch.
Yes, he knows exactly where the fielders are. That's one of the reasons he's able to play those shots, and he picked up the right spot. There's no deep mid-wicket. Now, a man going down to deep mid-wicket. They still got a slip in pace with the backward point, sweeper, wide mid-off, and then the long off on the offside. On the onside, the mid-on. Again, he pulls it on the onside. Fielder is after it. Will he get there? Well, he won't get there. Or he picks up just inside the boundary on the far end of the grounds.
Starting to look increasingly good. Picking up gaps at will. Excellent piece of fielding, I can tell you. Good to see. You were searching where the ball is. Well done. Oh, lovely hands. Down the ground, picks up another single. Excellent over so far. 8 runs off. Calculated risk being taken by Sangeet Kure and Angelo. Brilliant partnership so far. Immediately, projected scores have gone up to 225. I can tell you, if these two experienced batters stay together for another 15 overs, things will be ominous for Nugegoda. Bit of an awkward shot, not on the back foot, not on the front foot. nevertheless negotiated pretty safely. Full toss. Just a gentle push down the ground and a single. Excellent over, 9 runs off, 31 done, 136 for 3. Outstanding partnership, 61 runs off, 85 deliveries, and it keep growing. And 4 more matches being played simultaneously at Kurunagala YCC taking on Moors, and at Sarai Village Maguna Badrulia playing against Police, very strong Police team. Bloomfield taking on BRC at Bloomfield grounds, and Chilamarians playing against Tamil Union at MCC grounds. All in all, very busy day for club cricketers. Oh, blast that one down the ground, but straight to the fielder at mid-on region. Interestingly, there are no wide long on fielders. Fielder is inside the circle. That's exactly where Angelo Mathews was trying to get that one over the infield. Was a little too full. 136 for 3. 32nd over in progress. Things getting out of hand for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. They were pretty much controlling things after the dismissal of Dhananjay Lakshan. Now these two duo breaking free.
Kamenda.
Yes, I think Nugegoda, they have to really think out some strategies. I don't think they've got a major plan to get one of these batsmen out. That's one of the reasons. You need bowlers who can think them out as well. Because it's not a case of batsmen only scoring runs. Bowlers also need to think strategies to work to get batsmen out.
I've also noticed if you stayed long enough, things will eventually become easier. That's how Sangeet Kure pacing out his innings really nicely. I mean, look at it, 57 runs, 85 deliveries. Patience, plenty of it. And he knows there will be loose stuff on offer. A good shot. Reaching the field on the first bounce, just a single. I mentioned about patience. Almost lost it.
Yes, Sangeet Kure opens the batting and he knows that he's got to bat a long time in the middle. For the simple reason, 50 overs is a long time. It's not a short game. You've got 300 deliveries, so you've got to make the most of it.
Go straight. Says thank you so much. Experienced campaigner Angelo Mathews losing his patience. Batted beautifully, shaping up for a big knock, but trying to hit it too hard, I can tell you. He was trying to go over mid-on fielder, but straight to the fielder at long off region. Fielder made no mistake. Colombo Coles lose another wicket, a big one.
Yes, that's right. So Angelo Mathews faced 48 deliveries for his 27 runs, caught by Sandun of Suwat. Look at the strike rate, 56.25. We gave Sangeet Kure a lot of support there in the middle to build that little partnership for the 4th wicket. But now he's gone. He's trying to get some shots going. He's trying to raise that run rate. It's 4.34 at the moment. And I'm pretty sure looking to go 5 runs and over. That's, I think, the intention for the Colts.
ගණක් කියලා දෙන්න. මෙහෙම තියාගනින්. ඒසීනේ. පස්සේ තමයි සිද්ධිය හොයාගත්තේ මචං.
ඔය ඉස්සරහා දීලා.
ඉස්සරහ ගන්න එපාද? ගෝල් එපා නේද? ඉන්දියාවේ ඉස්සරහ ගන්න දෙන්න නෑ.
This live coverage available to you on Talent TV, on terrestrial platforms, on OTT platforms www.talenttv.lk. Live production powered by ThinkCube and Quadrangle. A googly. Swat Mendes, a product of Prince of Wales College Morotua, completes a fine over. 2 runs and a wicket. 32 done, 138 for 4.
What?
250 plus stands already for Coles, but they never really went on to make it big. Build it beyond 100 runs. Angelo Mathews and Sangit Kure was looking good.
That's
the last
wicket.
wicket.
Yeah.
I mean, he clearly trying to go over mid-wicket region or wide long on region. Bit of a slash and gain the height, not the distance. Fielder says, thank you so much, experienced campaigner walks back. He was eyeing a big one. Remember, he already got a half century in front of his name. Lakshan, the new batsman, already is off the mark. Sangit Kure. Now he's the mainstay. 18 more overs remaining.
Yeah, Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club, I think, have got themselves back in this game slightly with the wicket of Angelo Mathews. Of course, Sangit Kure will be a big fish for them if they can get him.
Looking at the way Colombo Coles batted so far during the tournament, I mean, Sangit Kure seems to have the person who knew how to pace out the innings. Good hand straight to the fielder still. Dhananjay Laksan got out for 39. He batted superbly. Quite a few boundaries. He taken the attack to the bowlers. But unfortunately, trying to go after the bowling touch too much.
Wait.
In comparison, Sangit Kure is very keen on staying there for a longer period. And he's eyeing a century, a triple figure.
Yes, undoubtedly. I think he carries the batting for Coles because he builds partnerships with everybody who wants to stay with him. And that's the key to the innings.
Well bowled. Slightly quicker outside the yaw stump, little bit of turn available still. With Lakshan, a product of DS Sinanaka College, batted so well for Colombo Coles. Well bowled. Not Having any opportunities to free his arms, still new to the crease. This is the ideal moment if you are to pick up a wicket. There is a slip fielder still. We all know TM Sampath from time to time getting his slider working in his favour. Completes a very good over. 33 done. 139 for 4.
So the last over, just a one run coming off that over. Excellent over from Sampath. None for 28 from his 5 overs. And that's what Nugegoda need, even their part-time bowlers, to deliver the job for them, to keep things nice and tight. And let's take a look at the batting card so far. And there we are, the Colts. Randunu made 9. Sangeet is there, not out 59 of 89 balls. Adam is just made 1. Dharanja 39 of 33. Really put the innings back into focus. Angelo 27 of 48, and Mudita still to score 4 balls, 4 extras. And after 33 overs, 139 for 4. Colts electing to bat first in this game against Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club.
This is the bowling. Use as many as 7 bowlers. 8 bowlers, 4 of them picking up wickets. Abdul Hakam, Hasidu started off nicely. Play that shot really well off the back foot. Will they come back for the second? Yes, they will. Excellent cricket. Good awareness. Knew exactly where the fielder is. Got it front of the square. 2 was on and taken. Sangeet moves to 61. Very clever operator, Sangeet Kure. Playing the field really nice. That time straight to the fielder. At this stage, 33.2 overs done, 141. I think Colombo Coles well placed. With that beautiful sweep shot, well timed, unfortunately straight to the hand of short final fielder.
The good thing about Sangeet Kure is, even though there are a few dot balls that come in, he's not phased by it. He's still there for the long haul. He'll get a boundary, the odd boundary will come in.
We've noticed that right throughout this tournament, there are quite a few low scores in this tournament, unfortunately. Yesterday, classic example, NCC. Good piece of fielding by the bowler Suat Mendes. NCC all out for 106. After conceding 316 runs, that's a huge defeat. They were initially looking for the second, but the fielder done brilliantly, just a single. Decent over still from Suat Mendes. Only 3 runs. It's time for them to get a few decent overs. Yes, they have 6 wickets in hand. There are a few lusty hitters down the line. Lakshan pushed that one straight to the field at mid-on region to complete another very good over. Just 3 runs off. 34 done, 142 for 4.
Right, time to check the balls out, because they're going to have 1 ball from this point onwards, the 35th over onwards. So the umpire who had a ball with him handed it over to the captain himself. So he's got both balls with him to decide which ball he wants to use for the next 16 overs.
Skipper have decided with which ball they are going forward. I thought yesterday Sri Lanka did outstandingly well against Pakistan. Beg your pardon, against Bangladesh. After the 34th over, Asita Fernando as well as Dusmantha Chamira came back into the attack, picked up wickets and turned things in favour of Sri Lanka and winning by a huge margin, 99 runs. So faster bowlers definitely benefits from this, so is spin bowlers. Made a solid connection. He's someone who knows exactly where the fielders are. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Out of the playing area. Huge six. He basically smoked it.
What a shot. Look at that. Effortless. Got under that and launched that over that mid-wicket region. No fielder would ever got there for sure. They've got the ball back. Now the umpire will certainly check it out whether there's got any damage to the seam or whatever it is. Takes a good look at it, says nope, we can continue.
That one quite clearly hit that concrete bench and must have taken serious damage, but for the time being it's all right. Immediately Sangeet Kure made his intentions clear. Beautiful. Already got 6 and coming back for the second, and better throw. Would have certainly had Sangeet Kure in trouble. Let's have another look.
Well, the keeper himself dropped the ball as well. There were they all on the ground. Can't believe it that they missed out on Sangeet Kure. There's the throw going in.
The pickup was good. Throw wasn't a bad one, in fact. Sangeet Kure was very lucky.
The wicket-keeper dropped the ball. Well,
maybe the game. I mean, Sangeet already on 70, threatening to score big. And you need to take every opportunity, especially the one in the middle knows how to operate. He pretty much gotten accustomed to the pace of this track, and all the bowlers pretty much wasn't a threat for him. You saw that 6 over mid-wicket region, well struck. He's someone who knows what exactly should be doing according to the moment of the game. I mean, 70 runs, 98 deliveries, you mentioned. He's unraveled by facing out few deliveries, few dot balls. Now seems to be reaping benefits out of it. Just about 15 plus overs still remaining, so his presence is the key for Colombo Colts.
so he had a life there, thanks to the wicket-keeper of Nugegoda, who dropped the ball. Otherwise, it would have been run out.
On comes by T. Thumper. Just a bit of turn, but enough ball. Lucky there was no it. What a goal aerial. This time there is an opportunity, but fielder has to come a long way. Prevented that one from rolling over the boundary. 2 more runs to the total. Very good over. 10 runs being taken. 35 done. 152 for 4.
මල්ලි කැරියට ගන්න එපා බං උත්තෝ මල්ලා කියන කල්පේ තමයි මල්ලි ඒ කම්පපාද ක්‍රිකට් ගන්නවා ඕනික දැන් මූණ බුක කරන් ඉන්නේ පොඩ කය කල ගහන ඕත් පාර ගන්න ඕනේ වාද රවුට් එක ටච් එකයි දෙකක් අතරිය ඔය නැගිලා ගහනවා සපෝට් ගන්න
මෙන්ඩා තත්තයි Kameda. Kasuat. Kasuat. Dangin na Suwa.
Moved up to 152. focus. Now we'll bring one. Let's go. Sangit Kure getting on with it. Some joined by Kosara.
Sangit Kure needs to bat deep here. He's got 76. He's gone after the leg spinner. That's okay, but he needs to bat deep. He needs to be there till about the 40th or 45th over. He's the set batter. You don't want two batsmen who are not set batting through the last power play. That is what CCC needs to make, rather Colts needs to make sure of.
Yeah, definitely. Also must be having an eye on that 3-figure mark. But bowling his fourth. Been pretty good so far.
Now, Mujizar Lakshan has been around the Tier A, Tier B circuit for quite a while now. He played for Nugegoda at one time. But I like the way this young leg spinner has bowled so far. He's into his fourth over, Michael. Just 13 runs off it. Bowling at a very crucial point for Nugegoda. But the key factor here for Colts is that run rate. It's gone up to 4.4. So they will be happy with that at the moment.
Yes. Like you said, Suat, the way he's bowling, sometimes tosses it up. Come back to that. There we see suddenly slightly from behind the crease. That's the end of the 36th. It's 159 for 4.
Very interesting to see the bowling options that Nugegoda will use now. They had 7 or 8 bowlers being used. There is a remaining of 14 overs. Will they bring their paces back?
I'm sure towards the end we'll see that. Skipper coming on. It was a loose delivery. Chance of a wicket also. Gunasekar bowling his 5th, none for 10.
He's got the best economy, 2.44.
Would love to have a wicket or two in that wickets column.
Save your legs. That will run away to the boundary. Yes! Just beats the sweeper cover coming in. For one moment I thought that will just run away quite easily. But then Sangit Kure is now moved on to gear number 4.
Well, and when you get a boundary in the first 2 or 3 deliveries, oh, that should have been stopped. He covered a lot of ground. It's a lot of pressure on the bowler. Just conceding a boundary early on.
Well, Sangit Kure's stay at the middle comes to an end. Rahul Gunasekara finally gets on that wickets column. Good bit of glove work. Very well done by the keeper. Let's take a look at this again. He's looking for that big swing. On the line belongs to the keeper.
That's gone. Well, missed a relatively easily raised up by Akram. Bowled Rahul, 81 of 105 deliveries.
Sangeet Kure is gone. 81. He's gone for 81. That's enough. Or you can say he scored more. Nugegoda celebrating the 5th Colts wicket down at 164. Mudita Lakshan will have a big role to play now. He's got experience playing in the Tier A. The new batter joining him is Kavishka Anjula. Now he can bat. Kavishka Anjula can definitely bat. Now Kavishka Anjula also was a player who was in the Sri Lankan ranks, played for Sri Lanka A, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he did. The only problem is, like we discussed, the set batter has gone in.
This is the problem. Now you got two batsmen who are relatively new. What does Nugegoda do now? Now this is the crucial moment. Now this is where experience comes in. Do they attack? Do they give a little bit pressure to the new batters? Let's wait and see. Rahul continuing into the defensive manner. But I like the way he's done. He's led his team well. He's bowled his part perfectly. 1 for 14. He's into his 5th over.
Oh, diving effort. That was a.
But the way he came in, Michael, he was not in the intent of taking that catch.
I think towards the end he thought
Towards
he could
the
have,
end,
that's why.
he thought, okay, let's put my dive in now. But he was never like really attacking the ball. Let's take a look at that again. That will not indicate what we were talking to, but if you can see where he really started off, I thought he could have done better. That ball was up in there for a long time. Kavish Anjula, that's the way he knows to play.
It's 37 gone, it's 166 for 5.
We have the Tier B final that happens on the 18th at the SLC grounds. Swat Mendes will continue with his leg spin.
කෙවින් ඔයා ඔතන තිබ්බේ ඕකට නෙමෙයි. සී අර බෝල එක දාන බලපන්.
Interesting to see where the skipper would come to bat. Akila Dhananjay
Maybe he would come in next.
can handle the bat.
Yeah, he's got some good contributions for his teams, even playing in national level. He's been good.
Has a lot of experience. I thought I would have seen him coming in at the fall of that earlier wicket.
But I think Kaufish Anjula plays in the side as more of a all-rounder rather than Akila Dhananjay. So obviously that might be the reason that he's coming in ahead of the skipper. But I like the way this young man is bowled. The leg spinner has really given a lot of effort. And this is not an easy time to bowl, mind you. I got an interesting point for you, Michael. I'll tell you about after this delivery. Well bowled again. Now the new modern rules is they don't play with two balls. They play with
From
one.
the 35th over.
So it comes from 30. Are they using the same format in this tournament?
Yes, it is. From the first game, they started that.
We are into over number 37. Has the change of ball coming?
Yes, it came in.
End of the over.
Actually, from the 35th over onwards, they just use one ball. Fielding captain has the right to choose it.
Rules keep changing, isn't it, Michael? Sometimes you really find it hard to keep track of it as well.
1st of July was the rule change.
It's a very important day, 1st of July. A lot of good people are born on that day.
So I'm definitely sure it was your birthday as well. Yes, I wished you.
Oh, very well done. Very neatly done. He played it very late. And that will just beat the dive into the boundary. He used the pace of Rahul on that occasion. Mudita Lakshan. Intelligent cricket.
There we see that. Played it basically off the wicketkeeper's gloves. And this guy, Mudita Lakshan, he is very smart, crafty. He needs to be there.
Yeah, he's, as I said, he's been in the circuit for quite a while now. He's played around in a couple of Premier Leagues as well. In the Premier Leagues, in the sense the domestic Premier Leagues, like the National and the NSL and stuff like that. So he knows his game. Useful all-rounder, he can bowl a bit as well with his left arm. So they take a single. This has been a decent over for Colts. They've taken 6 of it so far.
Played for a reasonably good school as well.
Yeah. More than reasonable.
Mention it.
More than reasonable, mate. More than reasonable. Obviously, Desanayaka has produced some wonderful cricketers too. Mother Sri Lanka. Kavish Anjula tries to go big again. The first to represent Sri Lankan colours from school level, maybe around 19 or whatever, was K. Siriparan from Desanayaka College. Had to give up his cricketing career because he went to serve the nation as a naval officer. End of the over, we'll talk more of that. It's 175 for 5. For 5, so he had to give up his cricketing career because he joined the Tri-Forces, he joined the Navy and then continued to serve Mother Sri Lanka. Then of course came Aravinda De Silva, Kostal Kurupara, Chihashan Tilakaratna, Navid Nawaz, Pulasigam Ratna, Puputu Dasanayaka. Went on to play for Sri Lanka this time. And now the latest been Binura Fernando and Isuru Dara.
Well, after that, just had a small nosedive, I would say, recent years.
Desanayaka cricket has had a nosedive. They're trying to rebuild things up again. We're back live here, and it's a leg spinner continuing with the Lakshan just working things around. Now, interesting to find out now, Suat Mendes is into his 6th over. He's got 1 for 17. How many boundaries has he conceded?
My guess is maybe 2.
බලන් ඉන්න පහක් උඩින් ඉන්න. අල්ලපන්කෝ මල්ලි.
Again a play and a miss. They're trying to hit the ball hard. See, going across the line. He just needs to see that they rotate the strike.
That is the wrong one. That is the wrong one. Going across the line. This time. Now, Kavish Anjula is in here with a mission, I suppose, to try and go after the bowling. Let Muthu Lakshan hang in, keep his end going. He's just only considered one boundary, so that's very good for a right-arm leg spinner bowling from the 30th over onwards. And this time Muthu Lakshan tries to find the boundary, but it's a single again. Very good from Suat Mendes. Just the 4 singles of this over so far. Last ball coming up of over number 40.
I think that boundary came off Sangeet Kure where he came out and drove it over his head.
Yes, you're right. One ball, last ball coming up. Let's see what he does. Down the track, this time Kavish Anjula finds the boundary. This is what we were talking about. Kavish Anjula is in with a mission and he will pick up his second boundary as Colts move on to 183 for 5 at the end of the 40th. They got to get that again down the track. Got underneath that one well, and that is a clean hit. Will spoil Swat Mendes' figures a little, but they wouldn't mind that. We're into the last 10 overs. Let's see what Eric and Dhammika has in store for you.
Colts would have hoped the set batter Sangeet Kure to be at this stage. Last 10 overs. Muthu Lakshan, Kavish Anjula, both are very capable strikers. Down the leg side, swept away straight to the fielder. Should only be a single. Good return is coming into the bowler. It's going to be pressure time for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. Projected scores 234 on your screen. I'm thinking 70 more runs at least. With 2 capable of batters, Kavish Anjula and Muthu Lakshan in the middle. They should go beyond 250, 260. Oh, beautifully played. Reverse swept really nicely over the infield. Kavish Anjula starting to look dangerous.
That's a good shot because it's not an easy shot to play. You've got to keep practicing to play this shot. We've seen batsmen try to play this shot and get into all sorts of problems. But he played it really well, kept the ball on the ground. That was the most important part of it.
That's a good delivery, getting past the outside edge. Rahul Gunasekara, he's under pressure. Whenever a boundary is scored of your bowling at the beginning of the over, so will be immediately put under pressure. And Nugegoda, testing times, like I said, good delivery. Gentle little push and picking up a single. Already 6 runs taken, 4 deliveries in. Kavish Anjula as well as Muthu Lakshan, very capable strikers. We saw that during the T20 format, and they'll be adopting the same approach with less than 10 overs remaining, 9.2 overs to be precise. Well played off the back foot into the dips, coming back for the second. Excellent running.
Yes, you get value for your shots if you play those type of shots on the offside, because don't forget we don't have many fielders on the offside. There's no sweeper cover. Very strange, in fact. The man who's supposed to be at sweeper car is fielding at a deep backward point of the boundary. So anything played to the offside towards sweeper car is always a couple of runs.
Intentionally got it front of the square this time. Well fielded, but ball somehow found a way to sneak underneath the fielder. Backing up fielder does the sweeping. Excellent over. 41 done, 192 for 5.
The projected score is 235 after 50 overs. They could get past that, in fact. And there's a little partnership for the 6th wicket, 28 to 27. Mudita on 15 and Kavishko on 16.
Batting second on this track, anything beyond 230 will be a challenge, no doubt. I'm sure Colts, though, expecting to go beyond 250. 260 ideally. They got 5 wickets in hand. Lakshan and Kavishka looking really, really good. Both of them already picked up few boundaries. And runs are coming. Testing times for young and inexperienced Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club.
But nice to see these type of clubs playing in these type of tournaments. This is Sri Lanka Cricket's major club limited overs tournament for 2025. And in the good old days, you never heard of Nugegoda playing in these type of tournaments.
They've done reasonably well in local circuit last decade or so. They've been helping out quite a few youngsters and experience, good mix. And
yes, a good spread of players. That's what's really happened from the schools as well. Earlier from the schools, the boys who came out looked for the big clubs, to play for those clubs. But now, I think things have changed a bit. And even these clubs, the smaller clubs, have really encouraged newer players to come out.
Oh, that's a good shot. Sailing over mid-wicket for a huge 6. Kavish Kanjula unleashing. That was there in the slot. And Kavish Kanjula, not the sort of a player who's gonna miss out. Almost into the car park. Huge 6. Was it absolutely necessary? That's the only question. Already got a 6, 7 runs, just 2 deliveries in, and he can pace out the innings for the remainder 8+ overs and get the maximum. Once again down the track, gets it over mid-wicket. This time straight to the field, just be a single. Already a very good over, 8 runs off. Swat Mendes under huge pressure.
So the 200 comes up for the Colts after 41.4 overs.
Good hands driven down to extra cover region for a single. Their plan is pretty straightforward. Try to get a boundary during first 2-3 deliveries and accumulate singles and makes it 8-10 run and over. I'm thinking 270 at this stage, but you never know. But that's a good shot. Almost towards us. Huge 6. He basically smoked it away towards mid-wicket region. Very, very expensive over. 41 done. 207, 42 in fact done. 207 for 5. Boundaries come in thick and fast. It's time to look at the wickets have fallen so far. Outstanding in-swinger. First wicket for Nugegoda. Well taken in the slips. Straightforward decision. Crashing onto leg stump. Dhananjay Lakshan, and bit of a miscue by the experienced man, Angelo Mathews. Was looking good. Excellent piece of stumping. I mean, quick glove work. Back live. Gets a boundary. We're looking at the highlights. The wickets have fallen. Mathews Lakshan spanked that one through extra cover region for another boundary.
Yes, I can't understand as to why Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club does not have a sweeper cover. That man is fielding at a backward point of the boundary. He's been moved now a few paces to his right, but still not into a traditional sweeper cover position. So they got a man a short third man, another man going towards the backward point. So they're protecting the boundary on the offside.
Good cricket. Shortened the line. Mathews Lakshan adjusted accordingly. Very strong hitter. We saw that during the Mercantile A Division T10 finals was held a couple of weeks back. This time gets past the infield. And a boundary. Fast outfield. There's no stopping. Mathews Lakshan looking good. Very expensive over already. 3 deliveries in, 8 runs off. Timed it superbly. Just a matter of getting past that fielder.
Yeah, but could have stopped that. I don't see any reason why it could not be stopped. He dived over the ball. Look at that. He goes over the ball, and the ball goes underneath him to the boundary. Tired legs, I think, now.
Understandably. There were a few partnerships, and these two left-right combination, I mean, looks threatening already. 216 runs on the board. More than 7 overs remaining. Tough times, I can tell you. Kavish Kanjula in particular. Very severe on anything in the slot, especially on his pads. 9 runs already taken. Experienced man Sampath under pressure. Ooh, that one turned and bounced. Came off the leading edge. Still, they managed to pick up a single. 10 runs already. That's the target they are considering at the moment. Scoring 10 and over. That'll definitely get them beyond 270. Excellent over. Push that one towards mid-wicket region. Coming back for the second. Good cricket all round. Good understanding between two players. Completes a very expensive over. 12 runs off. 43 done. 219 for 5. Looking at how well these two have batted so far. Partnership extending, and they are scoring runs at a hefty rate. 30 of 20 deliveries and 28 of 28. Excellent pace.
Yes, it shows that when you have wickets in hand, coming down to the death overs and the slog overs, that you've got wickets in hand, and the batsmen who are out there, they're confident that they could go on and make big runs and get a big score. Here's Abdul Hakam, 1 for 13 of 4 overs, coming back into the attack. Now this is going to be interesting. How will they really handle this medium pace bowler? He bowled well in his first spell. Look at the economy rate, 3.25, and bowled just 4 overs. And how many more overs he's going to bowl in this spell? Well, maybe another 3 or 4 overs. I don't think he'll complete his 10 overs spell.
It's taken a while, even with plenty of spinners in action. Just as you mentioned, it'll be a tough job. 7 more overs remaining. I'm thinking 280 plus, at least. I mean, they could go beyond 270. Would be a challenging score.
Well, that's if they don't lose any wickets.
Absolutely. There's no doubt. Anjula and Mutalakshan batted so well. Got all the reasons to believe that they are capable of get close to 270, 280. Oh, that's a good shot. Straight over the bowler's head for a huge six. There's no half measures. Full Monty.
Well, that was something the bowler didn't expect. Look at that. Not a bad delivery, but got the treatment. The connection was good. The timing was excellent. There was no field on the boundary, of course. Even if there was a field on the boundary, it never caught it.
Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Struck clean. Straight over the bowler's head. Usually you found no fielders there. Unless MS Dhoni comes in and set a fielder straight behind the bowler's arm. 225. 44th over is in progress. Abdul Hakam under severe pressure immediately. Oh, excellent response, I can tell you. A bumper, well directed. Good height. Immediately, Anjula.
There
Great
was
deal
no
of
indication
discomfort.
from the umpire that it was a one short ball to the batsman.
I thought he went down a great deal. Yeah, fair enough. I think he was bending backwards. Good delivery. Abdul Hakam figured out a way to keep things under control. Short delivery on 2 occasions proven effective. Gentle little dab, no is the call by the non-striker, Lakshan. So excellent comeback after conceding a 6 of the first delivery. At this stage, conceding singles, not an issue. But as long as you concede boundaries, it will be a huge pressure. It will be a huge total you will be chasing later on. Gentle little dab. There are no fielders. And the fielder in the fine leg region comes around. A little bit of footballing skills. 2 more runs to the total. Slower bumper. Neatly glide away towards fine leg region. Good effort by the experienced man, Sampath. Saved 2 runs. Give it an almighty slap towards mid-wicket region. Should only be a single. Decent over nevertheless. 9 runs off. With the help of Sangeet Kure's brilliant half-century and useful contributions by Dhananjay Lakshan and Angelo Mathews, these 2 youngsters in the middle, Kavishka Anjula and Lakshan, seems to be reaping benefits. 39 of 26. He looks dangerous. Lakshan, 28 of 28 deliveries. The onslaught, the tough stage of their innings. Neat little glide, just a single, so it's a good start for Colombo Colts. Kavishka moves to 40. He looks good for another half century. After that dismal performance During their first game, Colts pretty much got their batting sorted out.
So not to change the field. Look at the field itself. They got the short third man, the backward point, the sweeper cover is in place now with the extra cover and the long off from the offside.
Straight to the fielder. A dot ball. Rahul pretty much slanting his deliveries across the right-hander, coming round. Couldn't get hold of it.
In fact, Rahul is bowling medium pace. He's not bowling spin. It's much quicker.
Getting it away from the batter and taking it out of his arc. This time pushes through mid-wicket region. Will they come back for the second? A misfield. Oh my word. He was running very, very quickly in from the boundary line and somehow misses it. Immediately spoiled the figures. Rahul Gunasekara.
That's a poor effort on the field. Look at that. Just one-handed. It went through his legs as well.
During their preparation early in the morning, I saw them trying to do that. That was little too quick to go with a single hand. Cut away once again straight to the field. Another dot ball. So Rahul somehow managing to keep two batters little quiet. Final delivery coming up. Excellent over. Just 5 runs off. 45 done. 233 for 5.
.233 for 5, so the predicted 250 that I predicted in the morning might be challenged now. It might, so course might be looking at 270, 275. They've got 5 overs remaining. The batters have been set. Kavish Kanjula has made 40 of 27. Mudita Lakshan has made almost a runner ball 32. Now these are the missed chances that Nugegoda really let off. This is the first one that was of Dhananjay Lakshan very early in the innings, and then Sangeet Kure, who went on to make 80 odd. And this is a chance of a run out that the wicket keeper missed. And that was not easy, but should have been taken. And this one, I thought wasn't the best of efforts by the Nugegoda teams. Colombo Cricket Club, Colombo Coast Cricket Club, clock is moving into almost 1 o'clock. And this time, shorter delivery.
The over rate has been pretty good.
Yeah, because they normally should stop at 115. Is it, Michael?
Yes, 150.
Yeah, so the reason is they had 6 spinners bowling.
Correct. Not a lot of sixers hit out of the ground, so ball was coming back quickly. See the opening bowlers back.
This time it's Muthu Lakshan trying to force his way around. Now, Abdul had 1 for 22 from his previous 5. The run rate is above 5. The projected score is 265. Now, what Nugegoda needs to do is then try and pick up a wicket. Then the whole momentum changes because these two batters are now seeing the ball well. They've identified how the surface is. And Abdul would want to bowl more into the surface rather than try to fire it. Let's see what he does. There you go. That's what it is. He's bowling into the surface, but that will be a wide because that was too much into the surface.
Way too much into the surface. Quite a lot of bounce as well. Let's see. No chance for a batsman to get anywhere close to that.
Even a Curtly Ambrose wouldn't have connected that.
No way. Quite a good partnership here.
Yeah, it's been pretty decent, isn't it? After the loss of Sangeet Kure. Again, into the surface, cross seam. Now that's what Abdul is doing. He's doing something good here. He's identified the surface well. He's trying to bang it in. Not allow the batsman to go get bat on ball that easily.
73 of 54 deliveries. The partnership, that's pretty good. Like Kavish Anjula.
Yeah, he's been the destroyer, isn't it? 42 of 29. A couple of towering sixes. Mudhir Lakshan's played a runner ball innings here. And now what does Abdul do to the right-hander? Chance of a run out of a direct hit will be close, but no. Good backing up. Now you can obviously identify that Abdul is going to go short of the length or back of the length or bowling into the surface. Look at this again. Direct hit might have been tight. Might have been tight. But you can see that the mid-on and mid-off is up in the circle. So he's not going to go full at any point. So he's got protection at deep point. He's got a deep square. He's got a deep mid-wicket. So he's going to, and he's got a deep fine leg. So and a deep third. So those are his boundary riders. So he's going to go back of the length again.
So again, gone this time.
Brilliant
Direct
work. Direct hit. And that is the end of Mudhir Lakshan. He had to hit the stumps, but I give credit to the bowler. I give credit to the bowler. He was bowling to his field. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, again, back of the length, into the surface. Good pickup. He had all three stumps to aim at. Bang! Mudhir Lakshan not in the frame.
Went straight at the stumps.
So Mudhir Lakshan's little cameo comes to an end as Colts lose their 6th wicket. We're back live. The new batter is Inura, I've been told. Hiruna rather. Hiruna is the new batter. He's taking guard. But Abdul's bowled a decent over here. Hinura Galage rather. Right hand batter. Mainly due to his bowling credentials. Interesting to see why Akila Dhananjaya didn't come in ahead of this guy with 4 overs remaining after this.
Himnagal again. It's from Mahinda College goal.
Goal keeps producing cricketers, isn't it?
They have been doing for some time. So he's the off spinner of a side. That's the
So
last
this is the fall of the last wicket. Sorry, Michael.
That was the last wicket. Played straight to that field at point. Didn't even have a chance of diving in because it's nowhere in the frame.
Even the dive wouldn't have saved him, Michael. It would have been only some bruises. Mudilakshan did his part. Run a ball 34. Almost a run a ball 34. Came in at a very crucial. Rahul Gunasekara. He's into his 9th. He's been decent. 1 for 37 in this form of the game. You would take it.
25 dot balls.
White ball.
Not what he would need at this moment.
He's going round the wicket to the right-hander, trying to angle it across the right-hander. He'll get a single. Kavishanjula wants a strike. Correct thing to do. Hiruna needs to make sure that Anjula is on strike. Now, Nugegoda will be looking at trying picking up Kavishanjula. If that happens, then Colts have a problem in their hand to make a good end to this innings. But he's the key now. We still don't see Akila Dhananjaya padded up. The fortune savors the brave, they say.
How can you describe that shot? You can't set a feel to it.
Educated edge and brings you a boundary.
Especially when you're bowling so well, don't want those things to happen.
You say when you're bowling well, but see the width that he offered Kavishanjula here. That's the, because you need to be bowling more stump to stump at this point. That's better. That's much better. They're looking for two. They're coming back. The throw comes into the bowler's end. There wasn't a good throw. The captain was not very happy with the fielding effort.
Field was a bit slow to pick up and throw.
And Kavishanjula spotted that. Take a look at that again. There you see he was slow. And even that throw coming in. Now the captain, the bowler, was not behind the stumps. So it had to be a direct hit, which is a far off thing. Rahul bowls. Dot ball. So we got 20 balls remaining in the Colts innings. Oh. They got 4 wickets in hand. 275, Michael?
Yes, if Anjula stays there, 270, 275, let's get about. Moved on 49 of just 34.
They will look for two. They will come back. Suddenly, Nugegoda is slacking a bit in the outfield. End of the over. 250 on the board with 3 overs to go.
Clearly, the skipper not happy. Wanted that stopped. 9 overs, 1 for 48. Brings Anjula on strike now for the new over. On 49. 3 sixes, 3 fours. 34 deliveries. That's a well-deserved half century. Just 35 deliveries.
Acknowledgement from the dressing room. Big high claps from Manil Ridhi Gamanage, the coach, former Richmondite.
Yes. And Akhila is on the balcony. So Abdul doing the right thing. bringing it in. Needs to vary his pace.
He's going to go back of the length, that's for sure. He's got his mid on and mid off up in the circle. Kavishanjul will keep strike.
Vanessa, මුල්ලක හයියෙන් දුවමු ටික.
Still happy with conceding the singles.
Yeah, you need to give credit to Abdul. I think he's been very good. He's banging it short, back of the length, slowing it up. He's bowling into the surface. He's not trying to do a lot of things. He's trying to do more of a containing job rather than trying picking up a wicket here. Now Hirona, he needs to work that single. That's up in there, but it will be good effort, but that was always dipping. They're taken two, looking for the third. No, they'll have to be satisfied with two. Now, that was not an easy one. That was a hard one.
That was always going away from the field. Ran in charge. That was a good. Oh yes. I don't think he even got his hand to it. Irma has been doing a decent job. Again, shortish, back of the length.
So this is how Kavish Angela went about his half century. He was not afraid to be innovative. He favoured the cow corner. Always used his long levers to go downtown and made maximum use of it.
Got most of his runs from the left hand, from the leg spinner.
And that will find the boundary. It is predicted. Kavish Angel was aiming the cow corner. The moment he saw that bit short, he picked up his fourth boundary to end at 260 for 6. .260 for 6. We're just joining this coverage from which you're part of Sri Lanka. You're in. It is a good afternoon. We're live from the Colts Cricket Club grounds. It's Colts SC Colts Cricket Club taking on Nugegoda SC in a major club 50 over encounter, tier A clash. Colts electing to bat first, a progress to 260 for 6. Thanks to half centuries from Sangit Kure and Kavish Angela, who is still out there in the middle. This is the last ball of the previous over. Bang short and beautifully executed. Rahul Sekar will finish off his spell. He's been expensive now. 1 for 48. His last overs have gone for a couple of runs. He's going to go around the wicket. This production is brought to you courtesy of ThinkCube and the Quadrangle. And here's Rahul.
Go wide outside the off stump. He has to get Kavish on strike.
Last time.
High up over the bowler's head.
Yes, give up.
Just the one run.
Good fielding, good effort, but I don't think Kavishanjula wanted a second in that. He wanted to keep the strike.
Yeah, I think that's what he needs to do.
10 balls remaining. What can Colts do?
Anjula needs to bat at least 8 of those.
Where is he looking at now? What is he thinking of? This is the previous delivery. What is Kavishanjula? Where would he be targeting, Michael? I would say he's targeting Isipatala College. No, it goes the other way around. There's a big shout. But well, he decided to do a reverse rather than try and aim at along a deep mid-wicket area. More premeditated that we missed the off stump.
Well, he has 3 on the leg, so maybe that's why he was looking at this vacant area on the off.
Very well done. Very well done by the skipper. He cleans up Kavishanjula. Let's take a look at that again. That was fired in. Inside edge, into the stumps. And that's the send-off for Kavishanjula, who made a fantastic half century.
That's him. 55 of 39. Has to walk back to the pavilion.
No Akila Dhananjay yet. Kavisha Kamage is a new batter in.
Akila doesn't want to bat today.
Even at the age of 40 plus, TM Sampath is one of the quickest among the field.
Well, yes, definitely kept it down to 1. Oh, misfield.
Oh, it's been a good over, isn't it? A wicket, just 3 runs coming off it.
Should have been only 2.
He's conceded 50. End of the over, just 3 runs coming off it. 2 runs coming off it, 3 runs rather. It's 49 done, 263 for 7. $263 for 7 now with Kavishanjula back in the summary, back in the hut rather. Sorry about that. What do you think? Now this is the Colts women's cricket team, I suppose, getting ready for practice.
Well, now I think it should settle for something around 270.
Abdul. And this time, that's been clubbed away by Hiroda for 6. Now, here, Abdul is getting very predictable, isn't it? Good clean hit. That, the moment that hit that bat and that sound came out, Michael, that was going all the way.
Well, he has been doing this job. Won't want to change anything much. But I think he just needs to vary his pace a bit. Will there be a change in field? Not yet.
Well, I would like to see the mid-on drop down to long on and bring the third man in, because you see that is where Hiruna is targeting. He's targeting more of an onside attack at the moment.
The problem is with him bowling short, just chips it over.
No, but then
You can run it down over that.
no, with the pace that he's bowling into the surface. The chip over the third man is not going to be that effective, I would say. But you need a little bit of pace on the delivery. There you go. That's what I'm saying. He's trying to go over this area. But he knows his mid-on and mid-off is up. 269. Battle on here. 271 in fact.
This is good batting by Hirna. 18 off 12. I think this would be a pass score, good score. 275 on the board. Mathews looking on. Again.
This time he holds on to mid-on. He tried to pick it from wide outside the off stump and plant it over mid-wicket. Now Akila Dhananjaya is just marching his way out in the centre. The Colts captain, because he has to come there because this happened.
It was much better from wide outside the off stump. Trying to clear that fielder, but just couldn't get anything much of it.
So Hiruna Gamage. Graphics that good, Varuna. Akila Dhananjaya smashes that one into the point boundary. Just what the doctor ordered for Coles. The captain has delivered.
Made room for himself. Now we wonder why he didn't come before.
I think he's given the youngsters the opportunity. I think that's what you need to be doing. You need to be grooming the youngsters now. Akila Dhananjaya might be feeling that he's been in and around the circuit for so many years now. Came into the cricketing arena in 2012 with the T20 World Cup in Sri Lanka.
Very deceptive at that time.
Last ball of the Colts innings. 275 for 8. Akila Dhananjaya is on strike. Abdul has the ball in his hand. Rahul Gunasekara making a few adjustments to his field. And maybe the ball. There's a change in the ball for the last delivery. Maybe the ball's gone missing when it went that way.
Or was it out of shape?
You never know. Last ball. Abdul runs in. Akila Dhananjaya fails to get bat on ball. He's run out. That is the end of the Colts innings. They close it up at a 275 for 9. They will take it on this surface. We predicted 250 plus, so they've done exactly that. It's going to be a tough battle. Take a look at this again. He missed it. Then the wicket keeper did very well to get it to the bowler's end, and Akila Dhananjaya was way short of his mark. But Colts will be happy. But is Nugegoda happy?
Well, I think they may think that they've given a little too much. Looking to restrict them to below 250. Now they have to go out and get it. Two. So here we see the batting card of Colts. Randuru didn't do much. 8. just 9. Sangit Kure stand out 81 of 105. Then it was Dhananjay 39. Angelo just made 27. Mudita and Kavisha did a lot of damage, 34 and 55. And Hirun at the end 18 of 13. Look at the extras, just 6 extras, which is really good for the 50 overs, ending up on 275 for 9.
The bowling for Nugegoda, they used up 8 bowlers. 2 wickets for Abdul, a wicket apiece for 2 wickets for Rahul, but a wicket apiece for Pasindu, Sandun and Suwat.
This was the highlights. Started off well, and then that happened. First wicket down, guided into the hands. After that, is all the left-handers. First chance going a begging. And Jalakshan and Kure. Beautifully driven. That was a full toss. The bowler was not that interested in that appeal. Then Lakshan had to go. Mathews walked in, kept the scoreboard moving. Few boundaries. Sangit Kure on his merry way to his half century. That from outside off. And then Angelo missed timing. Straight up. Kure again. Down on one knee. Likes that shot. Strong on both sides. That was a good bit of work by the wicket keeper. And then Lakshan joined the party. It was Anjula. Couple of sixers. Quite a lot of boundaries. We see swinging at it. And then a direct hit. Lakshan had to go back. Anjula kept going. 50 to Anjula. With some beautiful shots. Drag one on. Skipper happy. Then it was Hiruna. He held out. Skipper Akila. Just 2 balls to face, but a boundary, and then ran himself out. That's it. So 275 for 9.
So Colts versus Nugegoda. We're in for innings break. We'll be back as soon as play resumes.
grounds in Colombo. And this is the Sri Lanka Cricket Major Clubs Limited Overs Cricket Tournament for 2025. And the game on at this ground is between Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club and the Colts Cricket Club. And if you missed out of the morning session, the Colts elected to bat first. In their 50 overs, they made 275 for the loss of 9 wickets. So Nugegoda has a target of 276 to win in 50 overs. And let's see whether they can achieve that. As we talk to the umpires are walking out, play to start at 9 minutes past 2 o'clock. We also say good afternoon and welcome our dear friend, co-seller Suresh Chandra.
Good afternoon, Eric. Good afternoon to all joining this live coverage. As Eric mentioned, we're live from the Colts Cricket Club grounds, courtesy of the production brought to you by ThinkCube and Quadrangle of the Major Clubs 50 over Tier A tournament. That's what's on screen, 275 for 9. That's what Colts made. They were helped by 2 good half centuries from Sangeet Kure, who made 83, and Kavish Angelo went on to make a half century. Noteworthy contributions came in from Angelo Mathews and Mudita Lakshan and Dhananjay Lakshan. But apart from that, none of the other batters really impressed. I thought Nugegoda, on the other hand, they did do a very decent job at one stage. At around 35 overs, Colts were about 170, but they just let them off the hook in the final with some poor fielding and helped them to get to 275. Well, you can see that the Colts team is walking out, and Eric, that man on screen will be a key factor, Dilshan Madhushankar.
Yes, he will be a key factor, no doubt. And good to see him on the field as well. He's been troubled with injuries sometimes and not been playing cricket. And he's young enough, in fact, to overcome all those things and represent Sri Lanka also maybe in the near future.
Yeah, he was in the one-day squad. And credit to him, because I was told by Riddhi Gamanage, the coach of Colts, that he arrived at 5 a.m. this morning from Pallekele. And he's coming to play the game.
Well, there we are. That's what he called real interesting cricket itself, to give back to his club also. And you see the Nugegoda openers also walking out. Tough task to make 276 to win in 50 overs. And how will the wicket play in the second session? Well, that's going to be interesting.
And also the bowling attack that Colts plus Dilshan Madhushankar, they got Dhananjay Lakshan, they got Akila Dhananjay, Kavish Anjula. So fairly top names when it comes to the domestic cricketing arena in Sri Lanka. But not much big names in the Nugegoda side. TM Sampath is, of course, a real stalwart of Sri Lanka domestic cricket. He's been in around, and still at this age, it's very nice to see him out there in the center.
Yes, that's right. Quite right. So here we are with action about to get underway. Another hot afternoon down here in Colombo. Hot and humid. And that's where it's going to take its toll on some of the players, because unless you're really used to this hot and humid weather, difficult to really play cricket. Leave alone play cricket, even to stand outside in this type of weather is so difficult, I think.
Feel it for the players, isn't it, sometimes? But if you're a cricketer playing in the subcontinent, you should be used to this, Eric.
Well, I don't know how we did that in our day. I don't know if it's as hot as it is now, but it was hot, I remember.
Yeah, it was hot, I can remember, but I think nowadays, of course, these players are given with enough energy material like fluids, fruits, energy boosters, whatever you call it. And so they've been able to maintain their bodies very well and the physique to play in this format. But during our days, Victor Sun, the only thing we had was some water.
Exactly, and that too from a tap that had so much of rust coming through it as well. All right, as we talk to you, and a few lighter moments in cricket, the stage is all set. First ball coming up. Here we are, 2 slips in place. Well bowled. Got some bat with the ball running down towards fine leg. Off the mark straight away is Pasindu.
Very interesting, isn't it? Pasindu, opening bowler and opening batsman.
Why not? I mean, Sampath now, the right-handed batsman, TM Sampath, taking guard. Hits it hard in the ground, but the wicketkeeper collects that.
Dilshan Madhukshankar hails from the far south, from the Hambantota
Yes,
area.
Hambantota area, that's right. He went to school also in that area.
Identified by Chamindavas.
That's right. Scenes on the balcony of watching the cricket, thinking cricket.
I like the shape that he brings in. That's the weapon that Dilshan possesses. He goes left arm over the wicket and brings it back to the right hand, Eric.
Yes, when he first burst out on the school scene and he came into the under-19 side, he was a revelation, in fact, at that time. And a bright future was predicted for him. Chamindavas, in fact, recommended him strongly at that time, and he didn't let him down.
And also the fact that when Sri Lanka won the Asia Cup recently, Dilshan Madhukshankar was a big cog in the wheel.
Yes, unfortunately, he's had injury problems also on the way. And this is something that I don't know how we're going to overcome these injury problems on the quicker bowlers. We've seen that with quite a few of them.
I think the main reason might be that the subcontinent tracks or the subcontinent grounds or their run-ups are pretty hard, isn't it, Eric? Because it's like say, so you intend to get more injuries with your back and bone because when you start running in fast and hit your front foot down.
Yes, could be. But they always say don't run on the road because it's too hard. Run on the beach but not on the road. So similarly on the grounds here, some of the grounds are pretty hard. And when you have the quicker bowlers trying to run up and bowl, it could really take a toll on their back.
And especially nowadays with modern day cricket, you have bowlers bowling at 140s. The run-ups are long, the run-ups are quick compared to what Sri Lanka had 10-15 years ago. Because now Sri Lanka possesses fast bowlers. Because earlier it was all fast medium bowlers that Sri Lanka had.
Ah, there we are. That's the first wicket. Loud snick that time. We heard it up here. And Nugegoda lose their first wicket in the very first over. And Madhukshankar struck straight away. And that's what it's all about. So there we go. That's the replay.
Well, it was there for the taking, but maybe the pace might have deceived TM Sampath. And the 43-year-old veteran has to walk back to the pavilion without troubling the scorers.
Right, so there we are. 1 over completed and Nugegoda are 1 for 1 after 1 over. So there we are. Dilshan has picked up a wicket. Last ball, the first over, 1 for 1 his figures. Kumar, a new man walking in. Tough ask for Nugegoda to get 276 to win. When you lose a wicket at the very first over, well, the chips are down straight away.
Pratham Kumar is the new batter in. Haven't heard much about him in the domestic arena yet. Maybe his younger days in Tier A, playing for Nugegoda. TM Sampath, the last man dismissed. Caught behind the stumps of the bowling of Dilshan. Colts Cricket Club, Eric, does possess a long history, isn't it? Over 100 years?
Exactly. Way over 100 years. We can see some of those boards of presidents and secretaries and the history that it has.
So this is the dismissal. There you go. Maybe the pace undoing Sampath on that occasion. He didn't even wait to see what the umpire was going to tell him. He just kept walking. Now Dhananjay Lakshan starts from the BRC end. Another cricketer, Eric, I thought might have really taken on the Sri Lankan ranks when you first saw him appear in the inaugural LPL. Fine all round in the making, but then it just suddenly didn't really get into that big frame.
But I think that so many of these youngsters, I mean, they were getting into that mode of playing for Sri Lanka. Lots of names came into reckoning, and if you did not really do consistently well, you got left behind.
He did play for Sri Lanka in a couple of ODI games. I'm not sure whether he played Test cricket for Sri Lanka, but he did play, which he toured England. But now he needs to find his way back again as an all-rounder, and also he must keep the fact that Sri Lanka does still need a good all-rounder in the T20 and ODI format.
Yes, that's right.
He was the captain of the emerging team that toured England.
But it goes to show that unless you're always on top of your game, you get left behind somewhere down the road.
Because it's been such a vast game now, where you get a lot of players playing in the arena. So the moment you fall apart, there are about 10 players behind your shoulder to come and overtake you.
Quite right. Third man tidies up. Only a single.
And also the fact is that, as you very quite correctly said, you need to be consistent, and you need, because you get a lot of formats of cricket now. You get the Test cricket format, you get the 50 over, the T10, the T20. So you need to identify where you are, what your strengths are, and how you can adjust accordingly. Whether you can be an all-format player or whether you are a one-format player.
Yes, I think that's one of the problems that lots of players are having, not only in Sri Lanka, around the world, in fact. So bye being taken. Wicketkeeper unable to hold on to that. Went through the gloves. Obviously, but safe. Out towards sweeper cover. They won't get their link to the boundary for 4. First boundary in the Nugegoda innings.
Cheeky, but you'll take it nevertheless. Second over comes to an end. 7 for 1.
So Pasindu on to 6. He's faced 6 balls as well. So Kumar will have the strike. Dilshan Madhushankar operating Park Road end. Now on the leg side, wide called.
But he's getting some movement, Eric. That's the satisfactory thing for Madhushankar. He got his line right wrong at that occasion, but he look at that movement, look at that way swing that he's getting. That's what Nugegoda will be really worried about now. If he can get it on that right line, good take from the keeper.
Yes, looking at all these wickets, I mean, lots of cricket has been played over these wickets for the last 7-8 months. And they're all so tired.
Yeah. Very little time for preparation, even though we have a new pitch for a game, but it's not a really newly done pitch.
Not brand new, it's
not
reconditioned.
Yeah, that's right. So it tend to wear and tear as the game progresses after about 60 to 70 overs. Another sporting hub, isn't it? This area, we got the BRC next door, Coles, and then you also got the Havelock Park and the Pedris Park, and you got the Isipatana College right in front of Coles.
Yes, this is a very sporty area. A lot of sport being played.
Eric, does Coles only play cricket? Do they have any sports with
They have hockey as well. They are in hockey. And don't forget women's cricket. They've really concentrated a lot on women's cricket.
It's becoming a new age, isn't it? Like, say, a lot of clubs are now having women's cricket teams. And it's also a good opportunity. Is it like if you have top clubs like Coles, SLC, bringing in women's team, you get women more participation of women in the game of cricket.
And what's happening these days is a lot of the outstation schools, the girls' schools, are taking to cricket. Get some runs, running down to the boundary. He won't get the fielder. The ball will beat him to the boundary for 4.
Coming to your topic about, let's take a look at this again. That was short from Madhu Shankar. And it was a good execution from the batter. Coming to the women's cricket arena, like say Sri Lanka women, once again, are ready to take on in a World Cup in January, or is it end of this year, Eric?
Yes, I think somewhere end of this year. A lot of cricket will be played by the women. I mean, starting from about, I think, next month or the month after next. There will be a tour here to Sri Lanka.
So I think the Women's Asia Cup is happening in Sri Lanka?
Sri Lanka, yes.
And Sri Lanka won it last time when it was played in Sri Lanka.
In fact, even Sri Lanka's women cricketers have made a lot of progress over the last couple of years.
Yeah, you like players like Shamari Atapattu, Harshini, Harshita, and Vishmi, and all those are even called in for Premier Leagues now.
Well played. Beats the fielder. Down towards the boundary again for 4. The outfields are so fast that anything that beats the fielder will certainly find the boundary.
It's very little chance for chasing and stopping in grounds like this, especially Coles, BRZ. They're lightning fast.
So 3 overs completed. Nugegoda 18 for 1.
The moment that required run rates creeps beyond 6 to 6.5, that's where the worry comes in, Eric, for Nugegoda.
Yes, when you start the innings looking at something like 5 runs and over, that also is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but in modern day cricket, 5.5, you will feel that okay, it's within a range. But if you start to lose wickets and then that run rate creeps beyond 6.5, if it gets to the point where it's 7, then problems start creeping in.
And then you tend to play some false shots, trying to pick the run rate up, you lose wickets. There's the last boundary coming up. That's the one that beats the field at backward point. Look at that, racing over the outfield to the boundary for 4. Slight touch, that's all that it took. The third man will cover up, only a single that time.
Now, Dhananjay Lakshan has a grunt at the point of delivery or after delivery. Eric, we had a couple of bowlers in the good old days who had that grunt, especially the West Indian fast bowling battery. They had it. I can't remember, there were a few Sri Lankan bowlers who also had that grunt at the end of the delivery.
Trying to recollect some of the names. Well played. Kept it down. And that runs to the boundary as well. That's 4 more. So a few boundaries come from Nugegoda in this last over and this one.
So Nugegoda might feel that got the measure of how the surface plays around. 3 boundaries now within the last 10 deliveries, Eric.
A lot of talking going in the middle. So Kumar is on 14 of 10 balls. Pasindu on 7 of 8. 253 more runs required. Way outside the line of off stump. Shoulders, arms, that's well left. Nugegoda will need a partnership from this pair at least to lift their spirits.
And also at a decent rate, isn't it? That's the key.
Yes.
They can't allow that required run rate to keep climbing. So they need to make sure they need a partnership. They need to think that they need to keep it within that 5 run per over range, Eric.
So 4 overs completed and Nugegoda 23 for 1. So Dilshan Madhushankar once again into his third over. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump.
Let's take a look at that again. Similar dismissal to TM Sampath, but TM Sampath I thought was much little closer to stumps from Madhushankar.
So uses the pace of the ball, plays it down to third man. So the partnership is 23 of 20 balls so far for the second wicket. They'll need this partnership to go on, do big things for them.
No known big names in the Nugegoda side, so that's also a very tricky thing, Eric.
There's a man fielding a deep backward square leg for a single. This morning we're talking about the teams like Nugegoda and perhaps a few other teams that have made this major team tournament. Malays, yes, they won the championship as well, beating SLC. And one of the good things you see these days is that a lot of these schoolboys, earlier they used to go for big clubs, but today the smaller clubs are putting them in because they could play.
Yeah, and also the fact is that we'll talk about that after this delivery.
Good shot, great shot. Finds the boundary quite easily over the head of that mid-on fielder.
Well, I like the intent of the two batters, Eric. They're not afraid to punish the loose ball. They're going short. It is in the zone. More of a pull shot off the front foot, more like a tennis forehand to me. And also the fact that, not like the good old days, whichever club that you play on a tier A or a tier B team, you get paid for playing.
Yeah.
The good old days we used to find our way to the grounds.
Even the lunches, you'll find your own lunch. Getting the play and a miss.
That's the signal for one of the over. Madhushankar, he banged that one in.
Yeah, that's the treatment the bowler gives the batsman after he gets hit for a 4 or a 6.
Last ball coming up.
Nicely played again, soft hands along the ground, beats that backward point. Into the boundary again for 4. Well, what a way to end the over.
The dealing in boundaries. Nugegoda, they're saying that we're not done. Gonna take you to the deep end. 33 for 1 at the end of 5.
Despite losing a wicket, Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club moving along really nicely with few boundaries coming up lately. 2 to be precise during Dilshan Madhushankar's previous over. Very expensive 110 runs off. They are chasing a score of 276. That's the equation. 243 runs off, 270 balls. Just about cutting it down to smaller pieces, 5 overs each, and try and assess the situation and try and do the best you can. It's possible. Dhananjay Lakshan, very good delivery, that corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. Despite losing a wicket, Mike, Nugegoda looks good. Good run rate.
Yeah, they've got a decent start. Boundaries coming. Always look to get some runs in this first power play, 10 overs. Madhuchanka's pace, if he's a bit wavered, got runs. So they're still in that rate.
Good delivery. Shankan, who wides yellow face. So she just put it down through the line, got it into the gap. This fast outfield do the rest. So great opportunity to create an upset. I mean, huge favorites coming into this game. Colombo Coles, some big guns fired today. Sangeet Kure, brilliant half century. Outside edge and given. Very tentative. That corridor of uncertainty we mentioned about it was looking good, not anymore. Faint tickle, wicketkeeper does the rest.
Just hung his bat out of it. Trying to just run it down. Basically a nothing shot. Because if it got the full face of the bat, it would have not gone too far. Just ran it down into the keeper's hands. Pathu Kumar gone for 15 off 15.
New batsman, Kevin, left-hander. Should be interesting. Dhananjay picking up his first wicket into his third over, just conceded 10 runs. Adam Hilmi, first catch in first-class cricket. Youngster from Trinity College, Kandy, failed with the bat, and good to see. Doing well with the gloves on.
He took the previous catch as well of Madhuchanka, so that's his second.
So 2 out of 2 for Adam Hilmi. Very promising youngster who did outstandingly well in schools cricket arena. Kevin Pereira, left-hander. They got their work cut out. Just about the same situation. Coles have also lost 2 wickets. Just that 2 outstanding partnerships between Angelo Mathews, Sangeet Kure, then Sangeet Kure and Dhananjay Lakshan, and finished up really nicely by Kavishka Anjula with that brilliant half century, with the Lakshan ably supporting Dhananjay. Got his tails up. Going for a Yorker. Absolutely brilliant option. Just couldn't get it right.
Well, he was on target, but batsman was equally good. But if he had missed, so that would have been 2 in 2.
No doubts whatsoever. That was heading only towards one direction and into the Midland leg. So this is good start. Despite conceding few boundaries, that can happen when 2 faster bowlers in action. We mentioned about how fast this outfield is. It's just about getting into the gaps. There you go. Just about getting into the gaps. 4 runs to be taken. Kevin starting of his account with that boundary.
Try to go for that full delivery. Let's see if they can get some swing, but it was taken on the full. Past that point reached. See how quickly that ball runs.
Dhananjay Lakshan, who played for Sri Lanka during England tour, if I'm right, and
Sri
looking
Lanka
for
A, you mean? Sri Lanka A, is it?
He played for Sri Lanka in T20s and one days against England. Didn't do all that well, but he's a very promising youngster then. And decent over. 5 runs taken and a wicket. 6 done, 38 for 2. Comparatively much more experience in Colombo Colts bowling ranks. Dhananjay Lakshan, Dilshan Madhushankar, and skipper Akila Dhananjay. So plenty of experienced bowlers. It will be a challenge, no doubt, for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. Just the name of the game should be partnerships.
Might see Mathews also roll his arm a bit.
During one or two previous games, he rolled his arm over for few overs. Was very economical as usual. This is how you regroup, re-strategize. It was a disastrous loss to start off the season for Colombo Colts. Humiliating defeat, to say the least. Midway through this tournament, we are starting to speak about the favorites, and so far, the only unbeaten team. As we have another look at the replay inside edge onto the pads. As we mentioned during the break, Police already finished off their game, won against Baduraliya. Very light work.
I think CCC also is undefeated, is it?
CCC lost against Moas. Was chasing down 317 Sitra Gimhan with that outstanding 158. Well bowled, well played, good cricket all round. So Police remains unbeaten. In this tournament, there are 3 teams haven't recorded a victory yet. Kurunagala, defending champions Ace Capital, and the other one I'll tell you in a moment. Surprisingly, BRC yet to register a victory. Very strong team. Very well bowled, that shape moving outside the off stump. The left-hander. He looks good, Dilshan Madhushankar, trying to crawl his way back into the national squad once again. Was injured. 2 slips. Point. Cover. Mid-off, mid-on, and short fine leg. As deep fielders, there are deep fielders. One at fine leg region, the other one at spanked it away. Not gonna go all the way. Angelo Mathews does the chase. Just a couple.
One more field on the off on the deep. Third man on the boundary.
Pretty conventional field setting for Colombo Colts, and the bowlers so far complied pretty well.
Dilshan has come back pretty well in this over. 4 dot balls.
I saw a familiar face inside the dressing room. This is Manchanayaka. So there are a few youngsters available for selection on Nugegoda Sports and Welfare. Excellent bumper. Well directed. Ideal height. Very decent over, just 2 runs off. 7 done, 40 for 2. Mike, you've spoken about the results of this tournament lately, especially during the last week and this week. There are quite a few matches, all but one-sided. That includes NCC versus Panadura yesterday. Pretty disappointing. Expected a close tussle between very strong two units, but that didn't happen. Same thing can be applied. Coles went on to score something like 300 plus, and Bundle Kurnagal out for 60 odd. So that's another all but one-sided game. You're hoping that this one will be a very close affair.
Yes, you need to see some good cricket. Lots of these youngsters get into national sides.
There will be action in shortly. Akira Dhananjay. Slow ball delivery and a perfect Yorker length. Swirling in towards the batsman, Pasidhu just about managing to get his bat down right on time. Would have been a loud shout, maybe even slip underneath the bat, crashing into the stumps.
That was that leg cutter that he bowled so well.
Good shot into the gap, no stopping. Fast outfield does the rest. Pasidhu growing in confidence. Moves to 20.
The time too wide, too short. He has the 6-3 field, 6 on the off. Try to keep it there. That was asking for trouble. With that pace, cannot bowl that shot.
Just about getting his hands through the line and finding the placement, which he did fantastically well. Pasidhu. Down the leg side, diving effort. Partially stopped, but couldn't stop two batters going away for the second. Interesting shout. Umpire not interested.
I'm not sure whether he had the ball in the hand when he broke the stumps.
The clear indications, if you stay long enough, things will become easier. Now, these two youngsters. Direct hit was needed, direct hit was needed. I thought the wicketkeeper did all right. Once again, that in dipper straight to the field at square leg region for no run.
That was also a slow delivery, is it? Would like to see that again.
You saw that comparison. Coles 3 down for 27 at this stage. Goes to show you the value of partnerships. He was scoring at a 3.5 runs, maybe less than that per over, especially the partnership between Sangit Kure. Oh, lovely piece of bowling. Just about only thing was missing was an edge. This partnership, 13 runs of 14 deliveries. Runs are coming thick and fast. 8 done, 46 for 2. Very, very interesting passage of play. Just a moment ago we saw the comparison. Name of the game, having enough wickets in hand. We saw how well Colombo Coles benefited. Lower middle order they can pretty much go after the bowling if you have enough wickets in hand and set up a really nice platform. Kavish Kanjula into the attack for the first time. Captained the side during the first game. Didn't do too well. Now hoping for a better performance.
So the first bowling change after 8 overs. I'm taking a break. Hindu has got a decent start. So 20 of just 19 deliveries. A decent job with the ball as well in hand.
Opening bowler and opening batsman, very rare in contemporary cricket. Kavish Kanjula, experienced chap now. Fine half century. Must be feeling great having scored that half century. Immediately finding the right line and length. Always important. I thought against CCC, try to do too many things inside his overs. Provided too many freebies. And it was a very, very comfortable victory for CCC. Now, there are no unbeaten teams in this group. It's a 4-horse race. Colombo Coles, Bloomfield, CCC and Moores. Well bowled. Once again, just about the carbon copy of the previous delivery. 230 required of 250. The equation getting tougher and tougher. With only 8 wickets in hand, these two youngsters, it's the opportunity for them to shine. It's a challenge. If you can face the challenge head on, I'm sure your efforts will be recognized. Very well bowled.
Angular started off well. Need to keep going. Try to get that net run rate up from above 7.
Soft hands. I mean, he looks like a player who possesses fairly decent techniques. Played it through the line of the delivery, getting behind the line of the delivery really nicely. And he's got the goods, just about delivering, just about applying yourself.
So slight change in the field. Slip coming out to extra cover. Extra cover moving to short extra. Notice that the pitch getting a bit slow. The batsman trying to drive, might drive it in the air.
It's not every day Coles playing in Coles ground as the visitors. One such case today, they had the liberty of deciding whether to bowl or bat. They had no hesitation in deciding to bat first and put on a good score. 275, I thought they were looking good for maybe 290, 300 midway through, especially with that partnership. Spanked away, straight to the fielder.
Just a 1 run to complete over number 9. It's 46 for 2. 47 for 2 basically.
As we all know, at the end of the first round, after 6 matches per side, only 2 teams will walk into the semi-finals. So battle intensifies. The results coming up. Police looking good in Group A. And I think this is the tougher group considering how things panned out so far. CCC started off really well, 2 out of 2, went down to Colombo Coles, open up the gates, and Colombo Coles took the opportunity. 2 power-packed performances, and they can get 3 out of 3. They mean business. They are well in track to go to the semi-finals. Very well bowled, straight to the fielder at point region.
I'm sure still early days to look at semi-finals and finals. Few more matches we played to come into place. Anil Ritigamagedara said they wanted to bat first and get a good score, get that net run rate up.
Net run rate is very important. Coles started off with a disastrous net run rate, 2 powerful performances. Now they have a very good net run rate. I mean, a resounding win right here, right now, will definitely improve their net run rate, and I'm thinking they win here, they will go on top of the table. So that's always good.
Can never know what will happen in the next few games. Not sure about weather. So far weather has been good right throughout this tournament.
Possibly meanwhile moving along really nicely. Oh, lovely. No intention of keeping it down. Couple of bouncers, trickles over the fence for 4. Kevin Pereira, if I'm not mistaken, from Maristella. Very talented, lovely hands. Played it through the line. Much needed boundary.
Lakshan has been trying to keep it up to the left-hander and see whether they can get some swing. That one was in his zone. No fielders on the boundary there.
Pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Loud shout. Excellent on-field decision by umpire Rohita Kottachi.
I'd like to see that again. That was not pitched outside the leg, I think, but maybe height.
Maybe height might have taken into consideration. Excellent piece of bowling nevertheless.
It looked pretty close, but I think height is the issue that.
Looking at their run rate, not too bad. 5.1 at this stage. With 8 wickets in hand, unfortunately their experienced campaigner Sampath no more. Would have been ideal, someone who liked to go after the bowling. Beautiful hands. Straight to the fielder. Initially they are on the lookout for a single. No is the call by the non-striker Kevin. I like his techniques. Good footwork. Neat and simple.
Look at that difference, 51 for 2 and 40 for 2.
Just about keep things moving. As long as you have enough wickets in hand, give yourself a good chance of launching towards the end. Slower delivery, no real power behind that shot. Straight to the fielder for no run. 4 runs off the 10th. 51 for 2.
225 with 8 wickets in hand in 40 overs. Just a fraction over 5 runs is what Nugegoda needs. This is what happened in the power play. Nugegoda losing TM Sampath quite early. But then a flurry of boundaries courtesy of Kumara and Pasindu for Nugegoda brought some revival back into that innings. We're back live. 51 for 2. If you're just joining us, Pasindu is on 20. Kevin is on 12. And that was the second wicket to fall for Nugegoda. And from that point onwards, Kevin and Kumara have dealt with the CC Colts bowling in good manner. Kavisha will start up. 51 for 2, Eric, in 10 overs. Nugegoda might feel that they are okay.
Well, feeling okay is one thing. When you start losing wickets is another thing. That's where the problem comes in. Your run rate may be good. In the power play, the first power play, generally you will score some runs because boundaries will come in and flourish because the field restrictions are there. But once that power play is over and the spinners come on, that's when the screws get tightened.
Spot on. Let's see what Kavisha has in mind. And also the fact that the experience would matter, especially the period of 30 to 40 overs. That's a very crucial period of this innings. That's where you can really fall apart or you can really dominate the innings.
That's true, quite true. And that's something that teams like Nugegoda will have to learn to cope with. These are not things that really come in day to day in books or in manuals and where you're taught, but you've got to learn it the hard way.
Because you can't leave a lot to the end. That last 10 overs in this format, the game, maybe 60 to 70 runs. Yes, you might feel if you have wickets in hand, you're in contention. But here's the next delivery. Short, that might be a wide. Gets away with it.
Consistent in their wide calls of both teams. There we go. Touching.
A bouncer that went over the helmet to be called a no ball, but then was it pitching outside the leg stump was the only question to be not called a wide. A wrong line from Kavisha. He needs to adjust his line. He needs to try and get it across that left-hander, angle it across the body when you're going over the wicket.
See, the run rate required is 5.69. They're going at 4.89 at the moment. You can't let it go over 6 and over. That's when the problems start for the batting side. So they'll need to try and pick up those singles, at least about 3, 4 singles and over, and the odd boundary must come. Very short indeed. There's a wide call.
Yep. Bounce the signal, one for the over, but it's also wide. Let's take a look at this again. Oh, that was far too short.
What an effort. You've got to bend your back to bowl those type of short deliveries. The first call came from the square leg umpire.
Now what the bowler is trying here to do, Eric, he's trying to bowl into the surface. He's trying to bring it into the surface, trying to get that. But it's the end of the over. We'll talk about that as we come back. 55 for 2. going to refer to is that when you start bowling the cutters or bowling into the surface, the ball relatively said to be a little bit older than it is. Just only 10 overs old. So I wonder whether you can really get that proper grip trying to bowl into the surface so early.
Even though he says 10 overs, it's actually 5 overs because 2 balls are being
Yeah,
used.
you're quite right. So is that, I don't know. I've not been a fast bowler to really to really identify that, Eric. But from what I feel is that the ball might be relatively a little bit too old. Now here's a man who's got loads of experience. He's on game with the ball as with the bat and ball. Very little time to stop you.
You see, Angelo, he battles me anyways. He does bowl national games. Now he's bowling in this club game. And he always said he had problems with his, with his physique as well.
But in the last ODIs and T20s he played, he did start bowling again. I still can remember the 2019 World Cup match against West Indies when there was a shortage of a bowler to bowl 1 over. Angelo Mathews comes in and bowls and picks a wicket of Nicholas Pooran.
That's right. Quite right. When the West Indies are going great guns, in fact, in that match. Ah! Where's that gone? Bounces inside the boundary.
Sangit Kure, I think, was the guy who was back paddling. But it was never in his reach. But I like the intent from Kevin. Angelo Mathews or no one, anyone. If it's in my zone, I'm taking you on. So Angelo Mathews came to the world of frame in the 2007 World Cup. That's the time that he really came in. That's a wide way. But 2000, he was a highlight in the 2011. In fact, sorry, it was 2011 World Cup. But missed out to play in the final and the semi-final due to injury.
Yes. Good shot. Fielder won't get there. That's 4. That's well played. That ball travels so quickly on the outfield. The fielder had no chance in cutting that off.
There's not much of a gap between the fielder. He just had a few yards to move, but then that just kept going. Good shot. Width on offer. The placement was perfect. That is not far away from Dilshan Madhushankar. But I like the way this guy is batting. I like the way he's really, really not afraid to play his shots. He's a young man with a mission. This is what Mathews can do. He can bring up a ball that is unplayable.
Using all his experience, don't forget that. He's got so much experience that he could make problems for any batsman.
Yeah, I can remember. Was it in a T20 World Cup or what in England where he picked up 4 wickets in a semi-final match against the West Indies. By opening the bowling, I think it was in something like 2008 or 2009.
Right, 12 overs completed. And Nugegoda 61 for 2. Yeah. And not that he makes these statements.
Left hand, right hand.
Killer Dhananjaya. Captain decides to come on. Another player who really came in with the burst of 2012 T20 World Cup. Everybody thought we've got the next successor to Muthu Muralidharan at that point. But didn't really manage to go on for a longer career. He's been in and out of the Sri Lankan side. He has a hat-trick in one-day cricket, international one-day cricket. And also at the same time, he's one bowler who's been hit for 6 sixes in a one-day game.
Yes, he's gone through problems as well in his career of playing. His action was remodeled and so on and so forth.
I think he was in the one-day squad. So I'm not sure whether he's in the T20 squad, but I think I saw his name in the Test squad or in the one-day squad. Yeah. He was one of those freak bowlers who had a little bit of differences in whatever he bowled. But now he's compelled to bowl more of his off-spin. But Nugegoda at the moment, these two are piling things on, trying to get them closer to that target, more importantly, try to reduce that required run rate. Now, 213 of 226 balls. Still, the comparison is they got more deliveries.
He's under 6, that's what he is.
Eric, you might have played Joe cricket on this ground.
Yes, I have.
So did they have turf during that time?
No, it was matting. The turfs came in fairly recently. When I say recently, maybe in the last 15 years.
I can remember, it's like there was turf somewhere around the early 2000s, I think, if I'm not really 100% sure. I can't remember.
The Colts and the BRC were strictly matting clubs.
Yeah, BRC I know came much. I think they came much later than after Colts. Colts was one of the. But during those days, Eric, I think everybody's main intention, everybody really wanted to play a game at the SCC.
Quite right. In the meantime, 13 overs completed and Nugegoda 65 for 2.
That's why we don't know how they're getting it. This is what it's pruned out so far. Colts making 275 for 9 in their 50 overs. Top score of 81 from Sangeet Kure. Kavish Anjula making 55. Mathews continues. Contributions of 30 each, 30 odds from Dhananjaya and Mudita. 2 wickets apiece for Abdul and Rahul. And Nugegoda in reply, 65 for 2. Passengers made a decent 25, almost a runner ball innings. Kevin's hung in there with 19, a wicket apiece for Madhushankar and Dhananjaya.
So once again, the player himself the line of off stump. Angelo Mathews, not express quick, but just there and thereabout.
He's a type of bowler who's a teasing bowler, isn't it, Eric? You find that the ball not really coming on sometimes to get about your shots, and he will change his pace even at that. In this pace, yeah, you can see again he was doing something with his fingers. So he's a very crafty customer.
He has learned the trade so well from so many of his peers. Yes, Angelo came into the Sri Lankan team, and then that Sri Lankan team was such a great team. They had such great players with them. So he must have learned a few tricks from some of them as well.
And he's the only captain to win all series in England.
That's right.
In 2014. Oh, there's an appeal, and he's gone. The maestro has got a wicket. He was pegging on that line, was teasing the batsman, play me, play me, play me. And finally, passing the place in.
Look at that, he's elated with that wicket. His celebration, the twirling of the yard straight away. Passing to Pathum, gone for 25, 29 balls. That's a big wicket, in fact, for the Colts. He's batting so well.
Dragon fruit.
Not dragon. What's that? The big fruit when they cut it, then you can see.
Komodo. Watermelon.
Water. Cut piece on that and put in big trays. But it was the same everywhere. Where you went, the same thing. Butter cake, butter cake, and a cup of tea. Right, so there we are, 66 for 3, Nugegoda, requiring 276 to win. A long way to go for that. Now the 210 runs required. And so second 170 completed 6-3. He never comes to the ground and nothing. He's not bothered when your match starts. He's more instructed to captain than he's going to watch the team you're playing next week.
Beautifully done. It was a tossed up delivery. I like this young man, Kevin. He's not afraid to take on the bowling. The moment that was given air, look at that. His placement has been very good, Eric. This is the second time he's got a boundary in that region.
So the boundary followed by a single. That's the way to go.
Come on, Akila. මේක අරන් දෙන්න අකිලා ඉන්න.
Rahul Gunasekara, he's the skipper of the side, I think. He's there in the centre now. It's captain to captain.
Come on, Akila, in Akila. Oh, yeah,
A lot of talk in the middle.
Come on, Akila. Come on, Akila.
I'm sure you can hear all the going ons from the middle.
Well done.
Bit of fielding, very good fielding. Definitely stopping a single on that occasion.
Come on.
It was a very good effort. I think it was a Hinura down there in the deep. Last ball of the 15th. Oh, that one went the other way. I don't think Rahul read it, but it's a dot ball to end over number 15. Nugegoda 73 for 3.
So after 15 overs, Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club 73 for 3 in terms of runs. Enough on the board, but they've lost 3 wickets. Batting Pasindu. Out for 25, I thought he batted well. Sampath didn't got going. Kumara out for 15, and Kevin Pereira and Rahul was on 1. Rahul Gunasekara, I thought, bowled well with 6 extra, 73 for 3. Tough job ahead. Oh, little shot on his pads, really beautifully worked away by Kevin Pereira. 26. With that boundary, he moves to 30. This is good cricket.
This guy can bat. Has all shots all around the ground, on the off, straight, and now on the leg.
He's a good timer. We saw a couple of drives through extra cover region. There was a fielder, still couldn't get around, which means he timed it superbly. 77 for 3. Punch off the back foot should only be a single. Take a look at it. Current run rate above 5, required run rate 5.71, which means they've got enough runs on the board. It's just about keeping enough wickets in the hand. I mean, this should be an interesting finish. Just about batting sensibly. Rahul Gunasekara, with the amount of confidence he had by bowling well, picking up 2 wickets, restricting the opposition for a certain period to that middle passage. Very well bowled. Pitched just about foot outside the off stump, moved further away, really nicely got behind that one. Rahul was on 1 and Kevin looking good on 31. And we've spoken about the rest of the matches. Badurulia 89 all out. It was light work for Police inside 14 overs with 6 wickets in hand with 36 overs remaining. Huge victory. KYCC all out 7 for 196. In fact, was in chase 98 for 5. Bloomfield 313 for 5 looking good. BRC 87 for 3. Once again, that impeccable land length from the experienced campaigner. Chilamurian's meanwhile 266 for 8. Tamil Union in their chase 126 for 3. All in all, few interesting matches still in action. There you go. Yet another legend from St. Joseph's. And a guy from St. Joseph's sitting next to me must be feeling proud.
Yeah, definitely. Played alongside, with the pleasure of playing with him for college. What a bowler he was.
Those early wickets during his days, I mean, first over, so many occasions picking up a wicket. Now passing out his knowledge to youngsters.
Some one-on-ones.
Good cricket all round. In line with the stump, beautifully negotiated. 16 overs done, 79 for 3. At this stage, Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club should be keep one thing in mind, is to keep enough wickets in hand. The wicket is pretty much settled down. Ball comes onto the bat really nicely. Akila Dhananjay 2 overs, just 11 runs. Impeccable line and length. He was looking good to play the test match. I'm sure he will be back in the test squad in no time. Bowled outstandingly well.
Come on.
Come back into form. Looking for that second, but fielder in quickly. That was Modit Rakshan there. Does Nugegoda have the batting to get to that total? At the moment, yes, they are on par. But do they have the experience? Do they have the batsman capable of getting to that total? Kevin needs to bat really well.
And someone should be moving along with him, with ideal pace, not bob down, eating up too many deliveries. That's where pressure's starting to build on you. At this passage of play, I mean, things going according to a plan. Oh, nicely swept away. Got the placement right. Goes all the way for 4. Beautiful piece of batting.
Well, this is what needs to be done. Kevin managing to get a boundary in almost every over that he faces. Previous over also got a boundary. That takes a lot of pressure off the the skipper and the team.
We've seen left-handers time and time again either played it straight into the hands of short fine leg fielder or to the square leg fielder in the deep. Intentionally kept it finer. This young man, I can tell you, got solid techniques. I really like the flow of his bat coming down to the line of the delivery really nicely. Leg spinner, well read. Gentle push down the ground. Will they come back for the second? Quite easily. Oh, went all the way.
That was it.
There you go. Really lovely flow of the bat. I'm thinking single, maybe two. Went all the way. Beautiful. 17 done. 88 for 3.
It's all about timing and placement, and this outfield lightning fast.
And it was the leg spinner. He read it well, read it off the hand, got it on full. There you go, they are ahead at this stage, but they've lost 3 wickets. Ideally, a good partnership right now. They can keep that worm going above Colombo Cole's blue worm. 88 for 3 Nugegoda, and 7 wickets in hand, 33 overs remaining. Still a long way to go. They should be proud of what they've achieved so far with the bat.
It has been a bit expensive. 3 overs 20. Good partnership of 22 building up now here of just 19. So change ball and coming bell.
Rahul Gunasekara played for West College, Cambodia in the scene for a very long period now. Experienced cricketer, so he needs to stay in the middle, read the situation correctly. You can see the youngster moving along really nicely. It's just about getting him on strike as much as possible. Oh, lovely hands once again straight to the fielder.
It has been pretty good. Bowling is thorough, just 6 runs. Just run in and kept it just outside the off stump.
He seems to have cut down on his pace, used to be much more brisk bowler. Well bowled in line with the stumps, really nicely played. He's starting to impress us all. Kevin Pereira scoring heavily for Maristella, now representing Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. Just as Eric mentioned, it is important to have clubs like this, providing opportunities for players like Kevin. Good hands, nice and simple techniques, nice flow of the bat. Almost always get behind the line of the delivery really nicely, and strong against spin bowling as well as fast bowling. That's the key.
Leaves the field after this over for medical treatment.
Now the leg side came off the pads. Dot ball nevertheless. Kavishka coming round. angling it in towards the left-hander. Definitely came off the pads. Scoring opportunity missed. In any case,
I think the shout was just to fire, distract him from not giving a wide, but definitely off the thigh pad.
sort of a reminder that that one came off the pad. Goes aerial. Just about couple of feet short of the fielder. He was anyway going for the catch. So ball found a way to go underneath the fielder. 4 more runs. Living dangerously. 4 nevertheless.
That was well bowled because he had a fielder placed there.
There was a clear plan.
Fielder didn't pick it up, yes.
Just short. Just short. Now Mike, I'm starting to notice despite losing 3 wickets, we'll have another look. The wickets have fallen. Edge straight onto the hands of the wicket keeper and he make no mistake. Lakshan strikes. The second wicket goes down and the experienced campaigner picking up a wicket. Gentle medium. Still finds the right line and length. Outstanding.
All 3 wickets basically going the same way. The wicket keeper just trying to run it down. Change in bowling. The left armer. Notice the Lakshan. And okay, tried to take that catch but consider the boundary. Keeper bring him on straight away.
Oh, this is lovely. Straight away finding the right line and length. Right on the money. Which is very, very important in a game like this. Right now, they are well on track.
Nice.
Beautiful. In line with the stump. That one didn't bend down with the arm. Really safely negotiated by Rahul Gunasekara. That one came sharply in. Was a little quicker. True all-rounder, genuine all-rounder these days with the Lakshan. Batted so well. Built up that partnership together with Kavish Kanjula. Gentle push and picking up another single. Rahul Gunasekara, his role will be very, very vital at this stage for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club.
Yeah, I think he just needs to knock it around. Get Kevin on strike. Keep the youngster going. How will he handle Modita?
Very good partnership. It's not easy adjusting according to a right-hander and a left-hander. Modita done that perfectly well. Out of that partnership of 28 runs, bulk of the runs came off Kevin's bat. 23 to be precise. Once again, that outstanding line and length. Just a single. Brilliant over. 19 done. 93 for 3. There you go, immediately run rate 4.95, around 5, 182. They have 31 overs with 7 wickets in hand. Game on.
You cannot afford overs like that, just 1 or 2. They need that 5-6 runs over.
Short pitch, little tentative, almost an evasive action by Rahul Gunasekaran. No real conviction, single nevertheless. I thought Mudita started off brilliantly. It was a good, largely due to good bowling. Both the batters had absolutely none, but playing it defensively, impeccable line and length straight away by Mudita Lakshan. And Kavish Kanjula, we all know, likes picking up wicket.
Very impressed with the way he's bowling. Constantly slipping that short ball in.
Once again, very well bowled. Just about into the line slightly, and that was enough to beat the outside edge. Now, he's the mainstay, Kevin Pereira, batted superbly, 43 of 52 deliveries. Keeping it down really nicely, fielder well chased and well fielded.
So Rahul was calling for 2.
Would have been disastrous. That was a good piece of fielding.
I think the first run was taken slow because you can see that he had to field it, dive, roll, get up and then throw. So
that's the reason why coach is always instructing, take your first run as quick as possible. I'm starting to notice a weakness in Rahul Gunasekara's game immediately. Having seen deliveries pitch shorter, he's just about to take an evasive action. Almost like trying to duck underneath or letting the ball go. Afterwards, ball isn't coming onto his bat. Then only he adjusts accordingly. Played nicely. Goes into the gap and for 4.
didn't seem very confident about that shot.
Wasn't all that confident, but he knew what was coming.
And he got it in that gap, that was the main thing.
So for Angela, too many short deliveries, punched away off the back foot for another boundary. So boundaries are coming, 100 runs on the board. 20th over in progress. Once again, a short pitch delivery into the deep, straight to the fielder this time. Should only be a single. A very good over, 7 runs off, 20 done, 101 for 3.
So Nugegoda 101 for 3 after 20 overs. Few refreshments for the batsmen. Pretty hot and humid outside there at the moment. Rahul on 11 and Kevin on 44. He's batted extremely well for his 44, 53 balls. Nugegoda's target is 276. A long way to go for that. We've got 30 overs left in this innings. Another 175 runs required by Nugegoda. They've got 7 wickets in hand. Current run rate is 5.05. They're behind on the run rate.
Atan na. Niya mai muda de. Kan ka muda ye.
So the partnership so far for this fourth wicket, 35 or 37 balls.
නියම ගාන මුත්තయ్య උතර දාගෙන ඉන්න මුත්තయ్య හරි ඔන්න කපලා ගන්නවා
So
ඔන්න
Mudita
කපලා
in
ගන්නවා
his second over considered 1 run in the first over.
අගලේ
But I like the way Kevin's gone about. 44 from 53 balls. The young man is batted very well. Rahul, the skipper, is giving him good support. 102 for 3. If you have wickets in hand, you're still within the striking range, Eric. That's what Nugegoda. Now Mudita Lakshan with his left arm spin. He's been around the circuit for quite a number of times. His previous club in Premier League, Premier Cricket was Nugegoda.
සුපිරි මුත්තයි දාගෙන ඉන්න අයියෝ
Nice sweep shot. Only pick up a single for that. There's protection down near the boundary. Ends the over, 21 completed, and Nugegoda 103 for 3.
Sangeet off the field for keep ice.
Sangeet Kure is just going off the field.
Left out.
Yes, he's had a long day on the field. He must be a tired man. Batted for a long time after opening the batting this morning.
Dilshan Madhushankar has gone for 6 runs and over.
What a shot. Picked up inside the boundary, but well played by Kevin. Picked it up beautifully, in fact.
For a bowler the caliber of Dilshan Madhushankar to go at 6 runs and over in a game like this is a little bit too much, I would feel, Eric.
I think what happened to Dilshan Madhushankar was he was hit for a boundary and then he started to bowl short. He tried to bounce and conceded more runs.
Eric, batsmen are there to hit boundaries.
The Sri Lanka Cricket Major Club Limited Overs Cricket Tournament 2025 in full swing at the moment. There are 2 groups. And the finals will be played later end of this month. There will be 2 semi-final games, which will look for the finalist. Nice bowled away. Beats the fielder. No chance to pick that up.
Rahul Gunasekara just helped it on the way. The placement was perfect. There was 2 fielders there, but he got into the gap, but there's a wrong way to do it. You should have run around the ball rather than run into the ball.
And one of those 2 fielders was Angelo Mathews, who's now fielding at fine leg. Oh, through the legs. Boundary.
For a moment, pressure is on Coles at the moment. Because Rahul Gunasekara, that's a poor bit of fielding, is taking on one of Sri Lanka's premier fast bowlers.
Yes, he is.
Back-to-back boundaries for the Nugegoda skipper. He's moved in the 20s now.
There we go again. In the air. Angelo Mathews makes no mistake with that at fine leg. Picks up the catch.
Dilshan Madhushankar has his last laughs now. He picks up so the skipper departs. Caught Angelo bowls Dilshan for 20.
So wickets falling around him. Kevin Pereira, he is boxing on 46 not out of 57 balls. Nugegoda 112 for 4. We are in the 22nd over. Akram, the new man in. And Dilshan has got one ball left in his 5th over. 2 for 33 his figures. Hit for 2 boundaries in this over. And then picked up the wicket as well, the last ball. Akram Mutalib, left-handed batsman. So the target is 276, a long way to go for Nugegoda. As the Colts, they batted first and made 275 for 9 in the 50 overs. Left on the pad. Dilshan asks question, the umpire is not interested, and that ends the 22nd over with Nugegoda on 112 for 4.
I 112 for 4. Required current rate is 5.09. But the only problem that Nugegoda currently has is the fall of wickets. Now Akram and Kevin, two youngsters out there in the centre. Changing the bowling. We have some off spin.
Come on, Kavya! Come on, Kavya! Ayyo! Dangin na, Kavya! Kavya, cara kari dia. Delay, boleh tulen.
Tavish Gamage coming on with his off spin. Kavija.
Matan na. La, mala ye. Dia baik Kavya. Come on.
Yes, Colts seems to have an array of bowlers, quite a few of them.
Now in modern day cricket, Eric, you get a lot of people who turn their arm around. because that's added advantage that they carry into your selection of a team, especially T20 formats where you get a little bit of all-rounders playing a lot of cricket. Good run, very well run.
That's what I like to see, the batsmen taking on fielders. Because the moment they put the pressure on the field also has a problem trying to return the ball. In modern day cricket, even number 11 should be able to bat.
Yeah, I think this is a very strong claim that Steve Waugh made during his time. He made sure that the number 11s got batting during practices.
Off the bat, and the wicket keeper was appealing for that.
Let's take a look at that again. Paddle sweep. Oh, that was clearly off the bat. What was the keeper asking?
And the bowler as well.
I think the bowler joined the keeper.
Yes. Good call. Akram Muttalib straight away said, wait. Right, 23 completed and Nugegoda 115 for 4. So Dilshan Madhushankar will continue from the Havelock Sports Club end because of 2 for 33 from 5 overs.
So the highlight now will be on this young man. 49. And there it is. They managed to scamper home a single. 50 for young Kevin.
Yes, Kevin Pereira, 50 of 63 deliveries. Played a good hand for Nugegoda so far.
How long can he do it? How deep can they take Coles? Dilshan's picked up 2, but he's been expensive. We're closing upon the halfway stage. It's still runner ball.
Yes.
But the wickets column is the one that is hurting Nugegoda at the moment.
Yes, we don't know as to how deep Nugegoda bat, in fact. Because if they bat deep, perhaps they get a partnership going somewhere around the 5th or 6th wicket. And then things can change pretty quickly. But can it be Nugegoda's day today? Oh.
Now, this is the Dilshan Madhushankar that we know of. So this is how Kevin Pereira went about and got his half century. He was not afraid to drive on the offside. And he was not afraid to go over the bowler. But his pet shot was the cover drive. And it was good square of the wicket. He liked to sweep. Was successful. And he's kept things still alive for Nugegoda. But on the other hand, Madhushankar now finding his rhythm. The second spell has been decent. He's picked up a wicket in that. Varying his pace. That one he rolled his fingers on it.
So 8 fours in Kevin Pereira's 50 of 63 balls. His boundaries came in a flourish for Nugegoda at one time. Well played by Kevin Pereira ultimately. End of the over, 24 completed. Nugegoda 117 for 4.
ලංකට්ටිය බලන් ඉන්න එක බලන් ඉන්න අන්ජේ බලන් ඉන්න
Kavija.
ඔතන්න
Akram Muttalib using his feet, not afraid to go down the track. Correct way to play the ball. Wow.
Wow, we got a new photographer in the house. Look at those angles he's looking at. You should feel of your own bowling. You have to feel of your own bowling. Now this is interesting. Asking for a run out.
We don't have the facility of third umpire in these games. But what was Kevin doing? What was he thinking, in fact?
It's interesting to see. Now, Kevin was just walking in. The throw came in. And I think he managed to make his ground just in time.
That'd be interesting to have a look at that from another angle.
come on, Kavi. ආත්ත ගන්න. නියමයි. දාන් ඉන්න. Kavi, come on, Kavi.
India, for a while, the ball curled actually as it went to that backward point fielder who couldn't get a hand to it.
Now pressure is telling on Nugegoda with the runs drying out. They're trying to do something out of the box. We've seen a lot of dot balls go by now. Kevin, though he's got 50, he's struggling a bit.
Bowling, Kavija. Come on, Kavi. Nice, Kavija.
Right, we reached the halfway stage. 25 overs completed. They were 24.
For those who are just joining in, this is SLC Major Club Limited Overs Tournament match between Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club and Colombo Colts, needing 156 runs with 6 wickets in hand. the halfway stage. Things looking good. Just about keep enough wickets in the hand towards the end. All in all, we are heading for an exciting finish. This live coverage available on SLC official YouTube channel, on Talent TV, coming your way courtesy of Think Cube and Quadrangle.
Well, halfway done. 120 for 4. Needing another 150 odd to win. Quite a task here. Close to 7 runs per over.
That one kept very low. He still managed to play that one really nicely. Akram Muttalib, former Trinitian wicketkeeper batsman. Now it's up to these two left-handers. Time with a bit of turn. Immediately starting to witness the variations from the master Dhananjay. Been out of the scene for way too long. He'll be eyeing once again back in the squad.
Well, I had issues with his action, so he had to remodel it and do a bit of changes.
Coming down the track, played it defensively. We see this time and time again.
When the ball keeps low, with the wicket being slow, I think the batsman has time to adjust.
The exo hardly a foot. And managed that one off the back foot. No real focus. Twin Torreira looks very, very good. 51 of 67. And this is good. Two youngsters looking confident. Good techniques. Yes, they are up against masters, the likes of Akila Dhananjay. But we would love to see this one go right down to the wire.
There's a lot of pressure on Kevin now. Akram has taken his time for 14, so Kevin needs to get it going. So just the one run in this over. So well over 7 runs over.
Down the leg side. Very decent over, just a single. 26 down, 121 for 4. I think if I'm not mistaken, there was 2 debuts for Colombo Colts. Kaviji Gamage is one. I think that one
The wicket
wicket batsman.
is at the first 3.
Lovely hands, got it finer. Faint touch on the second ball. Outstanding. He knew straight away. All he needed to do is to get it finer. Got through the infield. Vital boundary.
Bowled it faster at the pads, but batsman was equally good. Just get some bat on it. Is the problem with the youngsters. They need things to happen. The field is set on the off. Keep bowling on the off. All you need to do is just dot balls, not to try to pick up wickets.
Oh, that one went past the outside edge. You mentioned about bowling outside the line of the off stump. Immediately got very, very close. He was shaping up for delivery coming in. Gentle little dab, goes for a single. And noise the call by Kevin Pereira. A wise one perhaps. 125 for 4. Nervous times, no doubt, for Akram Muttalib. 8 of 18 deliveries. Taken a while. Now he's eaten up 18 deliveries. This is not the time to give up. Kaviju Kamage. Well, that's more like it. Through the line of the delivery, just a single. That'll keep you going.
So don't mind that singles.
As the experts say, single is a way better result than a dot ball. Once again down the leg side of the pads, completes a sharp single. Very decent over, just 3 runs off. 27 done, 127 for 4. Just to remind you, this live coverage coming your way courtesy of ThinkCube and Quadrangle, available on Talent TV on OTT platforms www.talenttv.lk and on Sri Lanka Cricket official YouTube channel right throughout the day. Wonderful game cricket. The favourites, they are ahead of the game, not by much.
Man is Kevin Pereira. Change of innings for Akradar. Has done quite well. Hold his first over from the dead. But
Very good. Very, very good. Good cricket all round. Sharp single and hits the batsman thinking. Came off his leg. Fortunately, I was thinking that one came with us.
Back of the thigh, so that just bit.
Good understanding between two youngsters. Both of them nimble but quite fast. So they can pretty much back each other, picking up those sharp singles. Leg spinner, beautifully picked and worked away for a single.
Well, if you're watching his hand, you can read it. It changes a bit at last minute. Was the ball like the off spinner, but then picks over his wrist.
He was initially shaping up to come down the track and changed his mind midway through. Straight to the fielder. Made solid enough connection, but not the placement. Would have been a boundary just about a couple of meters to either side. Going down the leg is the call by the umpire, Rohita Kottachi. Very, very close one. Completes another very good over. Height must have taken into consideration. Excellent on-field decision.
But the batsman was low down.
Come on, come in.
Akram Muttalib as well as Kevin Pereira both got very solid techniques. Looks like two players who are very strong against spinners. Nimble-footed. Down the track. Into the deep and beats the fielder. I just mentioned they are strong players against spin bowling.
He got that gap nicely, but I thought that Lakshan, the field on the boundary, would have got a hand to it, dived over it.
He was just about 5 meters in. I wonder why. Very fast outfield ball runs across, lightning quick. And the reason for staying just about 5 to 10 meters inside the boundary line, puzzling.
Well, that's to try and cut the second run if it's played in that gap.
Good cricket. Running after it. Couldn't prevent the second being taken. Good over so far. 6 runs taken without taking too much of risk.
Come on,
Needs to slow it down a bit.
Should be a wide down the leg side. You mentioned you've been given a field predominantly offside, and bowling down the leg side never ideal. Youngster from Kingswood College, Candy, played for Sri Lanka under 19s. Well bowled. That's more like it. Sharp single and diving effort. He was in.
Did that hit the stumps? Doubt it. I think the wicket keeper.
Oh yes,
You
were right about that.
If it had hit.
Right on the money. Mike, direct hits. As we coming into the ground, we saw both the teams doing their drills. During that period, they were hitting the stumps quite regularly.
Well, I thought
That's
the wicket
cricket.
keeper should have tried to gather that instead of just palming it over.
Well bowled. Still managed to pick up a single. Good cricket. 9 runs already taken. Very good over. This will definitely help them to keep their run rate up. 138 required of 128 balls. Brilliant. Sharp in dipper. He was looking to push that one towards extra cover region and pick up a single. Not successful. Still a very good over. Cut away and straight to the fielder. Very good bit of fielding. Cutting down a single. 29 overs done. 138 for 4. Needing 138 runs with 6 wickets in hand. Mike, the moment you bring the required amount of runs under 100, that's where the pressure started to on team fielding. That'll go all the way. Yes, sir.
Few bouncers.
Few bouncers. For a moment thought went all the way. Lovely. Beautiful hands through the line of the delivery coming down the track.
This is good batting. To get that boundary early on in the over. Just the one bounce.
Off the back foot, pushed away. Straight to the field at mid-wicket region. Very busy region. We saw during the first innings when Colts were batting. Heavy traffic towards that direction, especially against spin bowlers. Good bowling. Tossed it up on a fuller length, enticing the batsman to go for a booming drive. Still a good over. 3 deliveries done. These 2 youngsters cutting down the required amount of runs steadily. Punched away off the back foot, should only be a single. Coming back for the second. Throw was a good one, but running was even better.
Well, the first run was run very fast, so that's what made it possible. Before the fielder could have picked it up, they were on their way for the second.
Excellent throw. Right onto the glove. Once again, down the ground, 7 runs off without taking much risk. Good batting. Kevin moves to 59. Akram looking good on 17. Both the left-handers looking to get busy. Well picked. Leg spinner. Tumbling effort. No more than a single. Very good over. 8 runs off. 30 overs done. 145 for 4. 146 for 4 in fact.
Anjay, put
146 for 4.
come on,
Nugegoda.
Kavija.
Target is 276. Still 130 runs to get there. Long way to go.
Atana.
Almost the same amount of runs, Eric, they need to get. But they're ahead of Coles.
Come on,
On the
Kaveh,
comparisons, yes.
But the key factor is the wickets. That's what will hurt Nugegoda. But these two have been decent, isn't it? They batted very well.
Come on, Kaveh.
Current is 4.8 now. That's creeped up to 6.61. The moment it reaches 7, that's where you start pressing on the panic button.
Akram Muthalib, 18 of 28. Kevin Pereira, 60 of 80. Again, good use of feet. Not afraid to use his feet. That's what I like about these batsmen. Taking on the spinners.
Come on, boy, come on.
Oh. Escapes Kevin Pereira. The wicketkeeper didn't collect the ball cleanly as Kevin was down the track. Look at that. Way down the track. That's well struck. Takes the pressure off straight away. Ends the over as well. And there we go. A replay of that. One bounce to the boundary for 4. And that's where Nugegoda Sports Club are looking to really make an impression this game. And it's 150 for the loss of 151 for 4. So the shadows start to lengthen on these grounds coming across this pavilion, the superstructure.
Yeah, it was newly done.
It's been a few years now.
Yeah. I saw on that board, Eric, 1873.
Again, use of feet.
Sangeet Kure has been called upon to bowl. His off spin. Sounds too.
Not afraid to take those quick singles. Sometimes you talk about these singles are converted the ones into twos, putting the pressure on the fielders.
Eric, you are quite right in saying that Kevin might be from a Christian school or a Catholic school. He hails from Maristella, Negombo. Another school that has produced fantastic cricketers, Eric, especially the Labroys.
Yes, we can't forget some of the players that have come out from there.
Still imagine playing Maristella on a matting in Negombo when they had the likes of Wendell Labroy and company with some fantastic fast bowlers. It was never easy playing in Negombo.
He's always playing on the matting was the challenge to face those fast bowlers. Right, so here the substitutes from the Colts ready to take the grounds. Drinks have been called to the field as well after 32 overs being completed. And Nugegoda 154 for the loss of 4 wickets. Akram Mutalib on 21 of 35. Kevin Pereira 65 of 83. And the equation 122 to win from 108 balls. And Sangeet Kure has completed his first over, conceding 3 runs.
Mathews and all the cost is very high. You get Middle East like coming, like the Iranians into the very. So this is the Nugegoda batting card. Kevin Pereira, the highlight with 65 unbeaten. 20 is from Rahul Pasindu. And now Akram. But they need a partnership here. They need these batters. But more than the partnership, Eric, the key factor here is how quickly can they get the runs. What is the run rate that? Because that run rate is now closing upon 7 runs and over, the required run rate. Eight bowlers used by Colts as well. Dilshan Madhushankar, the outstanding bowler, 2 wickets.
Yes, I think that these are the games that you can try out all your bowlers, see who goes well. You've got important games coming up. You've got also wicket keep.
Come boys, come on, Akila. Ayo. Supere,
4 dot balls. Pressure building on Nugegoda. I'm sure he's going to try something here.
Let's keep the trifle low.
Trifle? I thought that almost came like a underarm delivery. It is the wrong one that he bowled. Now that run rate is 7.05. Pressure. Now Kevin's going to do something here. That is for sure. He knows how important it is to finish this over big. Oh, it's down the leg side. End of the over. 155 for 4. Turn for Sangeet Kure. Pressure now on Nugegoda. These 2 youngsters are really struggling at the moment to get bat on ball and get the scoreboard ticking. Even Kevin, who's batted there for so long, is not really getting things the way he likes. Now Akram, he needs to do something here. He needs to try and clear. He's unable to pick up a single.
You suddenly find it so difficult to get runs. The partnership is 43 of 68 balls. Lofted. Long chase for the long off fielder. Will he get there? He gets an entry just inside the boundary. There we go. Got a hand to it, a relay throw coming in as well. Again, it kept low. I think some effect of the pitch being swept during the drinks time.
Why do they do that, Eric? Why do they sweep?
I have no idea at all.
Very tight over. Sangeet Kure will finish off. Oh, might have been a chance. Did Kure get a hand to that? But it's only a single. Pressure mounting now on Nugegoda as the over number 34 ends.
कोई बोल नहीं कर
That equation is now mounting away from Nugegoda. 117 from 96.
Come on, Akila, yeah.
They need 2 big overs to get back on track.
But where will those big overs come
Come
from?
on,
That will
Akila,
be the
come on,
question.
Akila, yeah. Oh, nearby, dang in there. Nearby. Hey, Sadhya, boys, come on.
There's the equation. Nugegoda 159 for 4. Colts are 142 for 4
Come on, Akila, yeah.
at the same stage. Well,
Alana. Bowling, Akila, yeah. Nearby, Lamai. Dang in there. Hey, come, make it go, Lamai.
into his 8th over, none for 33 his figures.
Come on, Akila, yeah. Make a run then, Akila, yeah. Nearby. Akila, yeah, nearby.
Akram Muttalib on 25 of 43. Kevin Pereira, 67 of 89. Good use of feet. Where's that gone? All the way. Here's the side screen at the far end.
Akram decides that he needs to make a move on and clears the infield, goes downtown very effectively.
Ayyo! Dangin, Akila, Akila, come on, Akila,
35 done, 166 for 4.
$110 required of 90 deliveries. At the beginning of the day, we expected a close one. Looks like we are getting a close one. This live coverage coming your way courtesy of ThinkCube and Quadrangle, available on Talent TV and on www.talenttv.lk, as well as Sri Lanka Cricket official YouTube channel. Cutaway. Get past the infield. Should be a couple. Easily done. 2 youngsters seems to have settled now. Akram Muttalib lost the blow straight over the bowler's head for 6 and looking confident. Interesting chase, Mike.
Yes, and now it's just one ball that will be used right along. They'll have to get some runs quickly because it's getting out of hand. They need to be on par. Don't want to leave it right to the end.
Well played, but straight to the fielder. No is the call. In fact, they went on with it. Initially, I thought fabulous partnership, 50 plus. Neatly glide that one away for a boundary. Over the top, picks up another one. And straight down the ground. That one almost went for a 6. Outstanding partnership when it when it needed the most. For young and inexperienced Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. 57 runs. Another single. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. Very interesting passage of play. I mentioned the moment, required number of runs coming down under 100. There will be pressure. At this stage, team batting is under pressure because there has been quite a few dot balls. I mean, they would have done better had they picked up a few more singles. That's good, but straight to the fielder. Struck powerfully, but placement wasn't there.
This is the problem. When you're not getting the boundary early on, you try to do things. That is it. There you see. Kevin
It was on the
gone.
cards. It was on the cards for a while. Boundaries aren't coming. Singles tough to get. Taken the wrong option. That's my call.
Off the bat onto pad and then into the wicket keeper's head.
It's taken very risky option when sensible options were available. Outstanding knock. Well paced, 70 of 93 balls. This is a sort of a pitch. It's very tough to just come in and go after the bowling. Now two set batters were building a partnership. Set batsman went back. Tough times ahead for Nugegoda now. Sadun Dias.
Southern Mendes
Sadun Mendes, I beg your pardon, Sadun Mendes.
certainly can bat. Problem is, can he keep the tempo going? For me, I feel their trump card has gone. There we see. This was
He played that shot really well on a couple of occasions. Too much of risk. When it came off, we all jump up and down, but when it didn't, that's the result. Very enterprising knock came to an end now. Mendes will have to start from the scratch.
we're having a decent match.
Very good
A
match.
half century and now picking up the prize wicket. What does Akram do now from here?
Tried to blast that one through cover region. Wasn't successful. Another dot ball to complete a fine over wicket taken. 36 done, 170 for 5. After picking up that wicket, once again Coles back in the box seat. Those are the comparisons. Few taller buildings towards the end for Colombo Coles. That's exactly what Nugegoda was expecting. But to be able to do that, they need a settled batsman. Unfortunately, well settled Kevin Pereira walks back once again under huge pressure now.
That was Kavish Anjula bat doing the talking there. And Mudita Lakshan back in now. As soon as the right hander comes in.
Single, will they come back for the second? Yes, they will. No, they won't. Akram Mutalib was very keen. He taken few steps
Podi kata yang boys, come on.
Sadun says no. He's on one now. Yet to get off the mark. Just a single delivery.
Come on, Labai, come on.
Because even Steven, while the partnership was progressing, it was Kevin Pereira who controlled things. For Nugegoda, oh, what a fine delivery. Quick, sharp turn.
Lakshan did bowl well in his first spell. It was taken off, I think, with the left-handers on.
You saw he was smiling. Clear knew that this is the ideal opportunity for him to pick up a couple of wickets. 2.2 overs, given away just 4 runs. Oh. Outstanding variations. Pressure. Nugegoda, that one almost came off the pads. Very close.
He's just bringing it with the arm.
Now it's slowly but steadily getting out of the hands for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. Mudita, fantastic over so far. 4 deliveries, just a single. Shorter, slower. Another dot ball. 5, 79 balls required. Something special has to give. He's still new to the crease, picking up a single. Excellent over, just 2 runs off. 37 done, 172 for 5. Match summary so far. We decided to bat for 275 for 9. Outstanding. Sangeet 81. Kavishka 55. Brisk knock. Dhananjay 39 of just 33 deliveries. Mudita 34. All in all, outstanding batting effort. Abdul Hakam 2 for 50 and Rahul Gunasekara 2 for 51. The pick of the bowlers for Nugegoda. In reply, 172 for 5. Kevin just been dismissed. The top scorer 70.
Continue. Oh. On the run, been able to get it back to the keeper. Wide throw.
Calls this stage knows by picking up a prize scalp. They are in control. It's just about not doing anything silly. Take every chances coming their way. Well played. Should only be a single. Oh, delivery is running out. Boundary is hard to come by. 174 for 5. Still calls at this stage. 167 for 5 goes to show you the value of that partnership between Lakshan and Kavishka Anjula.
And the ability to clear the boundary. I think that's the main point there. Anjula hit 3 towering sixers, if I'm not mistaken.
Only a single at this stage. Single's not going to do the job. But I like the fighting spirits from Kevin Pereira and Akram Muttalib, 2 left-handers. So far did their best, made an impression. Good cricket. Angle it away. towards backward point region and picking up a single quite easily. Just as I said, single's not going to do a great deal of damage. 5 runs taken. Very good over still. That'll do it. Smart operator Sangit Kure tossing it up and picking up another wicket. Well in control. Now they can only delay the inevitable.
There's some turn also for him with that stop delivery. Another set batsman goes. You see, walking across, missing it completely. Kure strikes.
Adam Milne missed the similar stumping of Akhil Dhan just bowling, same bowler.
And walking back for 34. I'll get back to you on that. It was off the pad, so that it didn't go to the wicket keeper. That was not a miss stumping.
Six down, 2 new batters in the crease. Things getting tougher and tougher for Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club.
Sadhun Mendes and Suat Mendes. Sadhun Mendes, brother of Kamidu Mendes. Suat Mendes, brother of what Mendes now? Kusal Mendes.
There you
from
go.
Richmond and from Prince of Wales.
So cricket runs in the family.
Brothers playing for
Mendes brothers, I beg your pardon. Suat Mendes played for Prince of Wales, and Sadhun Mendes played for Richmond College. 2 good cricketers. Well played. Single taken quite easily.
Elder brothers playing for Sri Lanka and the younger brothers playing for Nugegoda.
That's the last wicket. Tossed it up on a good length, sharp turn, beautiful glove work.
What would you put it down to? Stumped or a out? He was so far down the wicket.
Just about 5 to 7 meters in front.
The old days they say going marketing.
Because they've lost 6 wickets now. Getting boundaries proven tough. Required 98 runs to win. I think they need to look at the possibilities of getting close as possible.
There was a noise.
Bat hitting the ground made the noise.
Look at that bowling figures. Bowling 4th over, just none for 6. They're bought in a slip. Attacking now.
Colombo Coles slowly but steadily tightening their grip on this game. Brilliant. Got enough runs on the board. That's the name of the game. Put the opposition under pressure. Yes, there was a partnership, a good one progressed just a while ago. Now pretty much in the box seat. Oh, this is brilliant. Just a single. Look at the economy. 39 done, 178 for 6. Six wickets down. This is how wickets gone down. First up, TM Sampath. Good piece of bowling by Dhananjay Lakshan. Faint nick. Then the experienced campaigner Angelo Mathews rolling his arm over and picked up a wicket. Skipper Gunasekara fallen to the trap. That's the previous dismissal. And Mutali, the last man got out. But they are struggling for singles.
There was a single. He played with very soft hands. And Mathews back on the 30th circle.
While much welcomed one. Short enough, wide enough, played it front of the square, timed it superbly.
So now that right fielder coming in front of the crease.
Once again finds a fielder. Just a single, too much of a risk. So just a single, nevertheless, at this stage, they'll take whatever coming their way. Tossed it up, a little bit of deep, nicely played, just a single. 6 runs off 4 deliveries. Still a very good over for Colombo Colts. You need a big hitter at this stage if you are to stand a chance. 62 deliveries remaining, needing 92 runs. That's a lot. Lovely. Should only be a single. So boundaries aren't coming. They need plenty more boundaries for them to stand any chance of winning this game. Colombo Colts controlling things. No is the call. Still a very good over for Sangeet. 40 overs done, 185 for 6.
ගන්න දින ළමයි තව ගන්න දින ළමයි ලේසි නෑ දැන් නම් පාරවලයක් ඕනේ දැන් නම් පාරවලයක් ඕනේ 90ක් ගන්න දිනවා එන්න come on මුයයි නෑ යටින් එනවා කැපෙනවා 90ක් ගන්න දිනවා ලේසි නෑ
So 91 of 60 balls, the equation. They got 4 wickets in hand. Bit far-fetched now to think that Nugegoda could pull this off. The target is 276. Now the dot ball to start the 41st over.
Come on, Muttayi. Dangin na, Muyayi.
There you go. Given out, but he certainly cut that straight on.
Interesting to see this. Mujida Lakshan as the bowler. Hit his pad first.
Yes, he hit the pad first. Really straight, so there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. The batsman might have felt that he got bat on it before, but no, it was hitting the pad first. Sandal Mendes' short stay goes all in vain as he departs at 12. .185 for 7, and now Nugegoda falling apart. Now this is what experience and inexperience is all about, Eric. Being at a pretty solid position at 3 for 100 and then suddenly sliding away.
We suspect this that when they lose those top order batsmen, things will go bad for Nugegoda. The batting might thin out. Kavika Dilshan, left-handed batsman. The days that bowlers played only for their bowling are long gone now. They need to also back up with the bat.
Come on, Mudiyah.
With the modern day shorter formats, they need to come in handy.
Niyamagana, Mudiyah.
This is Muthu Lakshan picking up Sandun Mendes. Lot of noise behind the wicket.
Absolutely. Slip and a leg slip in place as well, but ends the 41st over. And Nugegoda 186 for 7.
Player on the wicket, 54.
So 90 runs required of 9 overs and 3 wickets in hand. Wishful thinking. Pretty straight. Finger comes up straight away. So Nugegoda lose their 8th. Pretty straight ball, in fact. Batsman was going forward, wrapped on the pad. And this innings just falling apart. Look at that. There we go. Little doubt about that.
Well, it's really crumbling, isn't it?
So Kavika Dilshan goes for one. He faced 2 balls. Dilshan Abhisinger, right-hander. Down to the tail now, Nugegoda.
Just a matter of time now for Colts to wrap things up. That ball didn't spin, held its line.
Pick a ball. Good cricketing shot down the ground to long on. He's off the mark with 1. And the last wicket to fall. There we go. Bowled him. That's the 9th wicket to fall.
Well, they're falling 9 pins now. Going for a big swing, Swat. He departs. And Nugegoda lose another.
Swat Mendes out for 1. He faced 11 balls. Kavija the wicket taker. And now the last pair in the middle. Kavija 2 for 26 on 5.4 overs. Abdul, the last man, walking out. Abdul Hakam, the number 11. A slip in a gully in place. End of the over, 42 completed, and Nugegoda 187 for 9.
Come on, go, Mudiaye.
10 and 11 out there. And Mudida Lakshan, he will want to finish things off in this over. Big swing from Dilshan.
Come on, boy, come on. Nah, Mudiaye. Make it run, Mudiaye.
Sometimes the hardest batter to dismiss is the number 11.
Yes. Look at that. Just outside the reach of the batsman. Played uppishly, but the bowler could get to that. So he's got a slip and a gully and a leg slip in place. 3 close catches round the bat. So no close in fielders, so plenty of opportunity to pick up a single. Abdul off the mark with 1.
Now what does Dilshan do? He's trying to go for a big swing. I'm sure he will do that.
Right, so the gully moves out to a backward point. They got the slip and the leg slip in place. And a short extra cover. Oh, tucks it round the corner to backward square leg. They'll pick up 1 more run.
Nah, Mudiaye. अंतिम बोले गत्ते हरी पेते विकेट के आना वहाँ
Again turned on the onside because the onside is so vacant, easy for a single. The 43rd over comes to an end and Nugegoda 191 for 9. So number 11 getting back to ball, playing it down the track. Not prepared to throw it away is Abdul. Playing a miss outside the right of off stump.
So I was saying, these batters are sometimes hard to get at. You know what type of shot they're playing.
Even they wouldn't know. But Abdul seems to be a batsman who can play a forward defensive stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah, once again the forward defensive. Seems like they want to bat the full 50 overs.
Maybe. But what will they get from that? Where are they going for? 191 for 9. 44 was done. Akshan starts a fresh over. And this time Dilshan goes big, and it's well taken down in the deep by Sangeet Kure. That's a good catch. Sangeet Kure has definitely been the player of the match today. 80-odd runs, a couple of wickets, and now a good catch as they seal things up here with a victory for Colts.
Excellent catch on the boundary. Didn't have to move an inch. Look at that. Dilshan putting that on the onside. Just didn't have enough legs to cross that boundary. And there's Sangeet Kure on the boundary. Didn't have to move an inch, but had to put his hands up over his head to take that catch. And Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club all out for 191. 191 all out. So Colts win by 84 runs.
Let's have a look at the batting card for Nugegoda. Rasindu started off well, 25. Sampath didn't contribute. Kumar getting 15. Then Kevin, superb knock of 70 of 93. Rahul, the skipper, got 20. Akram 34. And Sandhun 12. Nothing much to talk about after that. Just the 8 extras, 44.1, 191 all out.
Look at the bowling figures. Dilshan 2 for 35. Dhananjay 1 for 23. Kavishka none for 17 from his 4. Angelo Mathews bowled 3 overs, 1 for 13. Akhil Dhananjay none for 39 from 8. Mudita 2 for 11 from 6.1. Kavija 2 for 26 from 7. 5 overs, 2 for 23. Follow wickets 1 for 1, 2 for 33, 3 for 66, 4 for 112, 5 for 170, 6 for 171, 7 for 185, 8 for 186, 9 for 187, all out for 191. 8 extras with a total of 191 all out in 44.1 overs.
Have a look at the highlights of our innings. Started off poor, struck him with a few runs. So, then sketch for the wicket. They were just guiding it. That's another boundary. Kevin getting into the act. A beautiful shot there by Kevin. Then Mathews coming into the wickets column. Again, Kevin going off well. Chance coming in for that catch, but couldn't make it. And then another good catch by Mathews on the boundary. It was Rahul, the batsman. Kevin went on his merry way. And Akram Muttalib also following. Then this was the dismissal of Kevin. And with that, Nugegoda's chance is gone. And Muttalib, he went shopping. It was a matter of just running through the side. Cross. It was Mendes. And the final, Sangit Kure. A very good catch on the boundary, head over his head.
Right, there's the match summary. In the Sri Lanka Cricket Major Club 50 over tournament 2025, match 8. The Colts batted first, made 275 for 9 in the 50 overs. Sangit top scored 81 for 105. Kavishka 55 of 39. Dhananjay 39 of 33. Mudita 34 35. Abdul 2 for 50 of 8 overs. Rahul 2 for 51 of 10. Pasindu 1 for 21 and Sandun 1 for 33. So Nugegoda had a target of 276 but were bowled for 191 in 44.1 overs. Kevin top scored is 70, Akram 34, Pasindu 25, Rahul 20, Dilshan 2 for 35. 6, Mudita 2 for 11 from 6.1, Kavicha 2 for 26 from 7 and Sangit Kure 2 for 23 from 5. The Colts won by 84 runs in this match number 8. Right, the next match, there we are, Moors Sports Club in Group B against Nugegoda Sports and Welfare Club. That's on 13th of July at the Moors Grounds, and then Burger Recreation Club, Group A, against the Colts CC on the basic grounds also on the 13th of July. The upcoming matches to be live from our service. That is from live production powered by TCube and Corangle, and live on Talent TV and Sri Lanka YouTube channel, and on www.talenttv.lk. Right, that's the end of our transmission for today. We thank you for your company. We hope you enjoyed the coverage of this game. And on behalf of our commentary team and our production crew, we say thank you very much for your company. We'll catch you again on Sunday, and until then, we say goodbye on the Colts grounds in Colombo.